everybody, hello. We're back. And I have a new overlay thingy, which may not or may not be permanent. I'm just kind of messing with it currently. We'll see where this goes in the future. Also, nothing here is, like I said, none of it's permanent because I don't know how I'm gonna end up feeling about any of this.
Don't worry about the fact that you're still not sharing the right screen to me.
Am I not? What am I showing to you?
No. You're showing me your actual OBS interface rather than the projector.
Well, I changed it and Discord changed it back, which it does all the time. So I'll try again, but I guarantee to you that it won't matter. Look, projector. That's what I was sharing you before. It won't matter. It's not me who does it. It's fucking Discord that does it. Oh my god, we're off to a great start. Discord sucks and automatically changes that shit all the time. Spoon yells at me about it.
I've never experienced that.
Spoon yells at me because it happens every damn week. So it's just something Discord does. I don't know how or why it does
I believe you. I've never seen that before, but I believe you.
It's always Discord.
Hello, chat.
Hello.
Hello. How is...
If you can't tell, because I am not... this is a whole new streaming setup, so...
Yeah, we were streaming from my OBS on previous streams. Today, Aiden is streaming. And we are still not necessarily settled on how we're going to do this going forward in terms of both in terms of who streams it, in terms of the overlay, and a lot of other things too. But we're figuring it out gradually. I think today Aiden had a lot to do before stream, so maybe sharing the load a bit more is I think may be better for next time. But
well, we also just figure it talked about like what we like talked about it for like an hour, like 40 minutes or something like that before I actually went to go make sure it was actually working. So that was a bit of my bad and my fault as well. How are you guys going though?
You're being asked to turn off your camera because it's scaring Spirit's parrot.
Is it scaring his parrot? Well, that is the... Actually, you know, you do have an appropriate costume, I believe, for this stream. It is... I did call it, you know, on the screen at least, it's birds, bees, and women. Well, I don't have a...
Well, we've got the bird and the woman, I suppose.
Yeah. So if only there was a bee.
There is a bee suit. There is a bee suit purchased for me by the bird and woman. And unfortunately, she made a small whoopsie when she bought it.
Yeah.
And small being the operative word.
What?
What is that noise?
Oh, that should be... Hang on. I do have...
That's the science alert. That means we've just hit 1 million science points. Chat, it's time for some science.
Which one is it, though? See, I have this all running because it should be labs, which worked.
Chat, is the B our Oshi mark?
It may have, like, because it might not be. I'm just gonna turn that off for now then, because I don't know if it's working correctly or not, and I'll have to mess with that some more. So that should have been a Streamlabs notification, which would have been for a donation on Streamlabs, which didn't show up. But I will bring up Streamlabs as well if somebody did do that.
Chad is saying Aiden has her bird suit on, but usually doesn't have a bee suit. I mean, yeah, you're wearing... What is it that I said about that clothing that you're wearing when you were here?
I don't know. Something rude, probably.
Probably.
I mean, you typically are saying something rude.
I think I said that the sort of white frilly stuff around the side makes it look like a clown outfit.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was very polite of you.
Would now be a really good time to tell you that chat is saying that there's audio balance issues?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would your response be too much to deal with? They'll just have to live with it.
And do you know which way it is? Are you too loud or
No, I don't. One person said the volume sounds low.
Sounds low. Okay.
Don't just turn it up though.
No.
We'll see.
Well, I'm looking at.
We'll see if anyone else thinks so.
Yeah, I'm looking at the audio levels as well. Okay, let me also check.
We've got one person in chat saying that they hecking love science, so we're off to a good start.
Yeah, hecking love.
You know, that's a good point.
Indeed.
Chat makes a good point. I have not eaten today, so where's my pizza?
You can go get your own pizza, sir. You're an
She's
adult?
turned over a new leaf, chat. She's turned over a new leaf.
I'm not
She's
Canadian.
decided to no longer just buy me. Oh, whoa! Just dodged a comment. She's decided to no longer buy me pizza just because I asked
You
her
don't
to.
like my comment. He doesn't like it. He thinks it's ostentatious. I thought it was
The
cute.
comment is a bit too much.
I have it so that it would aim directly at your head specifically, though. That was why I put it there.
I thought so.
To attack you. Yeah.
The spinning thing down at the bottom below me is a bit distracting, but I don't know. Maybe we'll like it. Aiden made this overlay,
Yeah.
and I think it's got some very nice qualities. It's good in many ways, but I have just a few reservations.
Is still a backhanded, like it's an insult. I'm surprised you can't normally say nice things.
What? I can say nice things.
By the way. Yeah, I guess sometimes.
It's a very nice clown suit, Aiden.
Is this the shirt you said was a clown? Looked like a clown shirt before? Because I did wear this. I went at one point, I think. Is this my shirt? You said it was a clown shirt. That's so fucking rude. I love this shirt. I've got a little Lily of the Valley pen. Fucking cute. Be rude. Anyway. Okay. Shall we get into some sweet stuff? Actually, like one thing that we did last week is that people voted against, so we'll do it differently this week, is to trade off on topics, so it's not all just like lose like more tech-based kind of stuff at the end and my more general, and I don't have a ton of social science stuff this week because I'm editing everything, so I didn't go reading my normal journals as much, but I did. There are some interesting things that have been going on, particularly regarding this stuff with the birds being afraid of women. Although I think I've heard an interesting hypothesis as to why that might be the case. So we
talked about it on my stream, and I had one as well.
Okay.
So are there any bees in this besides my bee suit?
No, that was the bee. The bee was you were the bee in this. That was supposed to be it, but you don't have the fucking bee costume, so you've screwed it all up. Wow.
Well, should we set a goal at which point I will put the bee suit on?
Oh, by the way, yeah, super chats should be enabled now because we did get monetized. If you were there for Broken Crown last week, that channel also came back. So I felt okay with monetizing this one, and it went through. It should work, I think. I believe. It doesn't say it, though. That's weird. Engage with your audience. It doesn't say it, so it's not. I don't know. It's supposed to be turned on, but for some reason...
Are you able to super chat?
No,
I mean, it doesn't show up for me.
No, it doesn't. It's supposed to be... Unless YouTube just did something like in the last couple of hours. Watch it fucking did. Watch, they demonetized me.
Maybe it takes a couple of days for super chats to enable, even after you've monetized.
Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on.
Did you enable monetization but not enable super chat?
Hang on. I forgot you had to turn it on individually.
Ah.
There you go.
Will that apply to the next stream by any chance?
Super stickers, turn on. Yeah, so supers. Yeah, super chat, super stickers, super thanks. It should all be turned on now. I don't know if it'll
refresh the chat window.
Refresh the chat window and see if it shows up.
Not yet.
Oh, fug. Oh, well. Damn it. If I fuck this up...
Will.
Maybe I fucked this up, though.
Maybe it will show up.
I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully... I hope I don't have to, like, restart the... Or I wouldn't have to restart the stream. I'm not doing that, by the way, because then everybody will get kicked out and it will...
Links are here, then.
Yes.
If you want to contribute.
Yes. And I have at least my Streamlabs up if you send anything through Streamlabs.
Shall we say that if we reach a certain amount, then I'll put the bee suit on?
I think you just put the bee suit on because it's got... Look, I think you should just put the bee suit on. Well, I guess you could go to tip.user.net, although that's no fair. I already paid for the bee costume. So, like... Which
couple of things. One, you wanted me to have the bee costume,
so
it's not that you bought it as a gift. Two,
no, you
bought me a wrong bee costume that you're now getting, not me.
Yeah, because that's because it's
Thirdly,
me.
any money that either of us makes during this stream is being shared, so...
Give me get the fucking bee costume, come on.
So, Aiden, you're not a very good businesswoman, you just want to see the bee costume. We should set
so that
a
it's
goal
thematically correct
for contributions. But you care more about that.
Oh, super chat button Wolf said it appeared after refresh. So there you go.
Okay.
Oh, that just makes it easier. That just hopefully makes it easier. So then you don't have to go like off site if you do want to give us anything. You have to, if you feel so inclined, because it's been a fantastic stream for the first 10 minutes. We've been highly entertaining.
Well, we've got to try and dodge YouTube's AI filter by
do.
Using an entirely AI overlay over the entire screen.
I talked about this actually. Since you brought it up, and again, it's part of my anxiety about this stuff, and why I wanted to have both of us on camera as much as possible is because it does seem that being on camera is something that is better off, because the way that apparently the people have figured out or been able to figure out the best as they can with this AI inauthentic content thing is that it seems it scans through like the first 5 or so minutes of the VOD, and it just takes little snapshots, and if not enough things are moving on the screen or changing or whatever, it just assumes it's what it says is a slideshow. Specifically in their rules about it is that it's a slideshow, or I don't know, that there's like nothing going on and it's just like dead air or empty content. So apparently it doesn't detect voice, which is bizarre to me, but apparently, and that's why it's been hitting a lot of like creepypasta channels where it's people sitting there reading a story, because it apparently does not detect voice, although you'd think you would to be looking for AI voice.
So this is why Aiden has made a frenetic overlay. And one of my reservations is that the reason we have this is so that she can put we can put our cameras on it so that there's enough movement. But it's actually a relatively small part of the screen that's moving, and the rest of the screen is mostly AI generated. So I feel like this might be not the solution to that problem, but it does look nice, and I think maybe some further refinement in future will get us to where we need to be.
Well, I mean, like, I made the gyroscope and all this stuff, so, like, I did make
She made it from scratch. She 3D modeled it, chat.
No. Also, again, the title is still a working title, so that can change at any point. Like,
yeah. We had this expensive overlay made with a working title. What are we doing?
No. That's why it didn't cost anything. That's why, again, it's a working title. I could change it all. I made it in my free time, so it's not, not a big deal. Anywho, this one...
Chat, we're still looking for suggestions for the name of this show.
Yeah, I mean, Wizard and Sibyl is fine, but I don't know about that. Manu2Cypher2 says, look like super chats are a go. Thank you, man. Holy shit. I'm glad to be monetized over here as well, just in case something happens to Broken Crown again, or something happens to my main channel, because YouTube is going crazy, which is... I talked to Nina Infinity about this post here exactly the other day on her stream, and originally I thought I got the timelines mixed up. I thought this was newer. This is an older one. This is from April 9th. And this post was interesting because it had more detail about what people were actually being monetized over, because the more recent ones... Whoopsie. That's not the right thing. Streamlabs, it shouldn't even be here.
Why is that playing through your speakers?
It's Streamlabs. And I want to.
But I can hear it.
Yeah.
How is it coming through?
Well, I've deleted it now.
Well, okay. Where's your headset?
My earbuds?
Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Wizards Sibyllus. Well, as long as people don't.
Oh, it keeps doing that. I hate that.
Change your name to a word that's similar but is inappropriate for this context.
Here is this message that they got on the 9th, where I think they were more... Oh, yes. Thank you, Quartz Chrysalis. Wizard Syllabus. Sibyllus. That's also written as syllabus. I don't know if that makes any sense.
I don't think it does.
They gave this guy more information than they gave people after the fact, though, and it's even more disconcerting as to what they're looking for, right? So it says, the patterns our team, meaning their AI, refers to involve the high frequency of recurring third-party assets such as game footage, combined with templated visual overlay, which, yeah, whatever. However, like I said, I noticed that all of the other shows that use a template with camera on have not been hit by this. So I don't know what that means exactly. Like,
could be random,
consistent pop text styles.
It's a data point.
But when they say templated visual overlay, the examples they give is pop text styles, so like text that pops out, I guess, and transitions, whatever the hell that means, that appears across the majority of your videos. So by the way, it says that this guy has 500 plus videos. He had like 9. So there was a hallucination in the very email.
Is it possible that he removed them?
I mean, I took a look at this guy's channel.
Or maybe he has 2 channels or something?
I mean, I don't know. That's what he said, and I don't know this guy, so I don't necessarily trust him. However,
Chat, despite evidence to the contrary, I do not have syphilis. This is not the Wizard and Syphilis show.
You sure? Well, that would make me syphilis. So no, that's not what it is. No. maybe, I mean, unless you get something you want
to. For a moment there, Aiden was willing to be called syphilis.
No, I was not. No, I was not.
So go ahead and call her syphilis for the rest of the stream. Why don't you?
No, you. While these are common editing techniques, when they form the primary visual experience of a channel, they can be flagged as repetitious under current monetization standards. We do not provide a line item list of these patterns because they are inherent to the channel's overall format. That's not what it means by inherent. Like, we don't provide a line item list because we're making shit the fuck up, essentially.
It sounds like they are trying to get channels which are doing everything they can to look like a real YouTube channel, which means that they are going to hit false positives.
Well, yeah, but they don't seem to give a shit about how many false positives well, now, I mean, I don't know. Well, it was borne out pretty quickly what was going on, is because while YouTube was mass removing people from the partner program, holding the money that they made in the previous month in escrow, YouTube also boasted about its record profits, up 11% in the exact same time frame that they decided to remove monetization from 42,000 channels. Isn't that interesting? That YouTube's profits are way up after they decided to hold people? And then also the way that it's worded is that if you have like 14 days to fill out a application to appeal it, and then you have to wait 90 days before before you can apply again. And if you don't, however, the way that it's worded is essentially that if you are not back in the partner program by 50 days, they can just keep the money. So it's specifically set up, it's 50 days. It's specifically set up so that they can keep the money if you haven't had monetization returned within 50 days, but you can't reapply until 90 days. So they've got this like intentionally set up so that they can just steal money. I don't know if that's what it's actually about, but I did again notice that after demonetizing 42,000 channels, one of which was Broken Crown, all of a sudden, for some reason, YouTube posted record profits. Just seems like an odd coincidence to me. William Nunn for 5 says, play Pragmata, decide to make babies, save white race, profit. We talked about the Pragmata stuff a little bit on Broken Crown last week. Absolutely crazy the way some people were acting about that. I think it's nice that people are enjoying the game, and I mean, you know, I like dad games. I love Nier, for example. I love that game. Rambam 3000 for £5 says, Uwuzuwu is Ungi. Can he once again con Aiden into buying him a pizza? No!
Aiden, all I'm saying is, it's way before any of the pizza places close right now, and I'm hungry. Do you want me to do the entire stream without any fuel?
Well, that sounds like your problem, Enwa.
That's what you might think. However, I have this friend, at least I thought she was a friend, who occasionally helps me out in dire situations like this.
Yeah, dire situations like where you don't eat?
And she set up a precedent for her own behavior, and I don't think she's a hypocrite, so I don't think she would go back on
fucking pizza. Anyway, this is where it gets weirder in this stuff, right? Can be flagged as repetitious under current monetization standards. Sounds like your problem, Enwa.
She's doing her best, chat. She's trying so hard to have agency.
You're not gonna. Nope. Go get your own pizza.
I've been trying to train her to have agency, and she's finally figured it out.
Oh, so now you've trained me. I can't win.
I tell you what happened here. I was trying to train you to have agency, and then I told you that's what I was doing, and then suddenly you acted in the way I wanted you to.
Yeah, because you were fucking with me.
You initially thought I genuinely wanted you to buy me pizza, so you did that. And then I told you what I'm actually doing is trying to train you to have agency, so you did that. The problem is you're too obedient.
No.
Yes. No. That's exactly the pattern. It lines up perfect.
First of all, you did want me to buy you pizza, and you were being yes, you. Oh my god, this fucking gaslighting is unreal. Nice bonus
of the curriculum to try to teach you to have agency.
Anyway, The other part of this post that was disconcerting was, while many creators use a 3-act structure or hooks, our reviewers evaluate whether the unique narrative and original visual contribution outweighs the reused element. This is again the one they originally were sending, saying essentially don't, I mean, from the way it's phrased here, it sounds like, look, structure, hooks, no. In which case, my question about this is what do you want people to make? Like, what isn't inauthentic content under these guidelines? Like, just unedited vlogs? Because I think that's it. I think that's the only thing that would, I'm gonna remove that now because you're gonna keep doing it. I had to re-render it, so I can't do it on the fly, but damn. Anyway, so I don't know nobody really knows what's going on with this inauthentic content stuff, but that's why I'm very nervous. As you can see, I just turned on monetization, so I'm very nervous about making sure it works. But it's been 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Let's actually talk about science, and particularly why are the birds afraid of women?
Act 1, why are the birds afraid of women? Act 2 will be the tech segment. Act 3 will be pizza eating stream.
No.
When my pizza arrives.
No. And the other thing is, too, I think we should trade off on topics so that we don't all get stuck as one or the other.
Yes.
Off.
Yes.
So,
but since your topic is the thumbnail topic, you go ahead.
Sure. Actually, let me just open this. Yeah, that might be. Yeah, okay. Why is it being... Oh, right, because it's the... Alright, so... Sex matters. Urban birds approaching women sooner than... or flee approaching women sooner than approaching men. This is strangely formed. Okay. It's weirdly justified. Okay, so here's the abstract. Flight initiation distance is a metric often used to study an individual's perceptions of risk when facing a predatory threat. Longer FID indicates low risk taking, while shorter FID indicates bolder individuals who tolerate greater risks. Until now, no studies have tested the potential effect of the observer's sex on the escape behavior of wild birds. Given observed differences in how laboratory animals may respond to the sex of humans interacting with them, the lack of field reports is surprising.
Please do not use sex to interact with birds.
Typically, yes. In 5 years, I mean, birds use sex to interact with each other, you know. But for humans, don't do that now. In 5 European countries,
I'm not trying to ban birds from breeding.
He's trying to stop the birds from having children. Klaus Schwab of birds. In 5 European countries, we tested whether urban birds perceive the risk posed by approaching female versus male observers differently, and I'm sure they hypothesized that it would be men, right? Because you would just, I mean, men are bigger, faster, stronger. You would expect the birds to be more afraid of the sex that's bigger, faster, and stronger, but no. God, it's gonna bother me. Just don't look at it. Just don't look at it. Let it hit you every time, and then I can take enjoyment out of watching you get hit by a comet every 5 minutes. First,
your motives revealed.
Let's see. Yeah. First, we matched the female and male observers according to their height and clothing. Then we fitted Bayesian regression models controlling for the phylogenetic relatedness of bird species to test for the effect of human observer sex after controlling for a variety of other important factors known to explain variation in FID, such as starting distance, flock size, sex of the target bird, land use characteristics, and vegetation cover. We found that male birds were more risk tolerant than females, and unexpectedly, birds in general escape sooner when approached by women than by men. The escape difference associated with the observer's sex, about 1 minute longer when approached by women, 1 minute longer when approached by women than by men, was consistent in populations across all 5 examined European countries. The question is, I mean, we could go through the study, but the abstract here covers basically what went on. I shouldn't have opened the fucking PDF because now it's stuck in this mode. Okay. I really just want to talk about what are the implications of this, because they have no idea, by the way. I mean, let's see if we can go down the conclusions and see if they make any kind of...
What kind of a difference is there between the two?
Let's look at it. Sex. Oops. Well, now the graph way too big. Okay. This is flight initiation distance, the FID. This is how far away they had to be from it. 7 cities. That again. You can see though that the female they will fly in this one. That's how far away you have to be before they'll fly. And with women, you can see that they're particularly in Spain, and Spain is a very pronounced difference. But you see them in all of these countries: Spain, Poland, Germany, France, and Czech Republic. Birds will start flying away from women at a longer distance.
It's hard to see the labels. I know it's pretty hard for you to make them bigger.
I can't because of the PDF formatting. Like it won't, and it's either going to zoom in way too much or not enough.
Is green male and orange female?
Green is female and orange is male, and you can just see that the green. Here, I will just zoom in again one more time.
So higher up is fleeing faster.
There is no
it doesn't
good way,
look
no
that different.
No, but these are significantly different in terms of the overall consistently. The birds are starting to fly away from women faster or at a longer distance. And this is
what's that large one above? Is that the same? Yeah, this one. That's easier to see.
This is so these are the individual countries. This one is the aggregate. So here you can see pretty clearly, like, see, it's not a massive distance. It's like about 2 on this in meters, right? Maybe 1, probably like 1.5, something like that.
Those look very similar.
It is statistically significant, though. It is different across countries. From birds will fly away from women at a little bit longer of a distance away from them.
See, a difference that small indicates to me that almost like the reason I'm looking for a big difference between the two is not necessarily for any sort of mathematical statistical significance or for any conclusions necessarily. It's because whatever hypothesis we come up with to explain this, if the difference was much bigger than that, it would have to be more significant. Yeah. The hypothesis would have to be something bigger. But because it's that small, almost any difference can explain it, which means my theory is right in, by the way.
Okay, it's a meter. It says about 1 meter. I said like 1.5 from me just looking at the graph, but it says about a meter. Birds were less tolerant of women. I like the way they phrase it. Birds were less tolerant of women than men. And this result was geographically consistent.
Chat, are you beginning to understand Aiden's fondness for birds?
I do love birds. I didn't know they were sexist until now, but...
You're also less tolerant of women, so it makes sense.
Okay, to make it clear in terms of what that distance means, on average, birds escaped 1 meter, which is 11% of their mean escape distance, earlier when approached by women than by men. Or no, was it 1 minute? 11% of their mean. No, that is distance. Is 1 meter. 1 meter. We found a consistent sex-specific pattern. The mechanisms or causes that underlie this pattern are unknown, which is what I really want to talk about. They don't, but they have some speculations here. There are several factors that can potentially explain the observed differences in birds' reactions to people, differences in the physical appearance of the observers, hair length, body size, height, etc. Movement patterns, hip movement, overall walking gait, or different clothing could be candidate factors. Women do tend to wear brighter clothing. But we can reject these because in our study, they were either controlled. Oh, right. Yes, they did say that they controlled for clothing.
Okay.
They were controlled for differences were non-significant. We can reject gross morphology since the woman and man working at a given site were similarly tall and hid their hair if it was longer than their partners. Additionally, the bird FIDs were not related to the height of approaching observers in a recent study, so not that recent. But however, despite our attempts to minimize obvious differences in appearance between male and female observers, birds may still be able to detect subtle external morphological distances in hair length, style, hip weight ratio, gait, as well as odor. Would be my guess is it's human pheromones don't exist, but there is oxytocin and vasopressin, and which men predominantly produce vasopressin. And if you're producing vasopressin around a bird, something's very wrong. But women tend to be higher in oxytocin, particularly women who are mothers or have young children.
I wonder how fast they were walking, because I imagine if they're walking at a normal speed, the odor wouldn't reach the bird quickly enough for it to be a factor.
Well, the question then is, whatever it is that is prompting the birds to flee faster from women, why would birds flee faster from women? Why would birds specifically be more afraid of women than of men? Because typically, again, you would expect animals to be more afraid of men if they were hunted by them, right? Pheromones, in terms of like how pheromones work in animals, humans don't have. We have things that are kind of analogous. There's something called major histocompatibility complex, which is it's essentially a smell. What you can test it by, for example, if you have a woman cry into a little vial, and it is tears, it's specifically tears, and then you put that on a patch and put it on a man's skin, it creates bonding hormones, and specific like oxytocin and aggression. And we think that it's hypothesized that it's like when a woman cries on a man, it makes him want to protect her, right? And so that's just an example of one aspect of major histocompatibility complex. It's also like why people give you the ick. It means that like and you can't really explain why. You just do not find them attractive. It can be major histocompatibility complex. When women are taking hormonal birth control, it messes up their ability to. They find men attractive who they would not normally find attractive, and that's because it messes up with their major histocompatibility complex. And their hormones. So that, I mean, like, even birth control could potentially affect this, whether or not the woman's. I would test that. I would have women who are taking HPC and women who aren't, and see if there's something about that affects the bird's fear. It's a possible.
I just doubt that the odor or anything emitted could reach them soon enough for it to be a factor here. It depends how slowly they're walking. But if they're walking at a normal speed,
how acute is a bird's sense of smell?
I may be wrong, but I don't think the smell can move significantly faster than a person walking.
So it's probably visual more than it's olfactory.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. And the visual would be, even if they've controlled for all the variables in the test, and the men and women act, because my original theory was the hair would look bigger on average on women, but if they've controlled for that in the test, then the bird must be able to tell the difference from relatively subtle indicators like the shape of the body, and that must fit into a profile from when those variables weren't controlled. So they're likening it to when they weren't controlled in the wild, in the environment.
Are they looking at the tits? Being birds, after all. You know, like the bird, a tit.
Oh God, what are those things?
You know, they're looking, yeah.
Well, there is one bird of interest to this study, speaking of tits. The lesser preening spindly North American otter tit. Seen in the top left of your screens right now, chat, if you'll take a gander. Get it. Yeah, there's something that they're recognizing there. It may be that they have identified something like larger hair or some other relatively minor factor or some combination of factors in women in the wild, and then have associated that with other traits that are still coming through the controls in this test.
Right. But why? The question is,
could be what larger hair. That's an obvious one.
No.
More dangerous.
What? Maybe, but if it's lasting through, even when they have. So here's what I think it is. Okay. You don't have to be. I haven't even given you my idea yet. You don't have to be so shocked by it. You know, just hold on. It's a pretty good idea.
Fucking cover Aiden's posing a hypothetical.
It's my hypothesis. Is that in ancient history, right? Who would have been more likely to catch small game? Not big game, but small game. It might have been more often women who use traps or things like that to catch birds, who would have probably also been more likely to steal eggs from birds, for example, foraging kind of stuff. I don't know if that's the case, but it's possible that in early human tribal society or even pre-tribal society, that women were more likely to fuck with birds. And so maybe birds have a genetic memory of women being more likely to target them than men are.
I have 2 reasons to doubt this.
Oh, it's just a guess.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning, but I have 2 reasons to doubt it. The first is I doubt women were significantly more involved with killing wild birds because
stealing eggs from them, though?
Well, in many cases, their nests would be up in trees. Women would not be as well suited to that as men. And in terms of traps, I don't know how much Neolithic women ever got involved with that. I mean, Neolithic may be wrong for the timing for traps existing in the first place, but even then, I think traps have existed for a relatively smaller part of human history than simply hunting has. So And even then, how long has it been since, even if that's true, how long has it been since that's been true? Since it's been significantly more likely that women specifically would physically hunt and kill the birds themselves.
But humans are
Even if
about
that has been the case, it's probably been thousands of years, or at least many hundreds of years since that's been true. And I
modern
feel like
humans are
that would
about
have faded.
40,000 years old. Like that's when we start
Yeah,
to
and I
definitively
feel like
we're
that
all Homo
behavior,
sapiens sapiens. We're starting to build civilizations about 40,000 years ago. That's you know
it's a very big gradient. I've heard as much as 200,000 years ago.
no in terms of
It depends
that's when you
how
start
you
to, that's
define
when
it.
you start
But
40,000 is when you start to have long settlements, people who are organized. So you would start to have people doing things like catching, but that could be what it
but
would in
how
terms of
far
catching
back?
birds.
How far back was it last common? At least hundreds, many hundreds, if not thousands.
You know, women
So
typically take
would
care
birds
of chicken
still have
coops
retained
throughout
that?
history.
Would birds still have retained that genetic adaptation over that much time if it basically just wasn't happening anymore? Because the way that we've hunted birds as often as we ever have, it has not been like physically running after them and catching them, uh, and it's not been probably gender segregated at all, probably ever, but maybe if it ever was in a long time. Now, if you have captive domesticated birds like chickens, maybe that is, and some others, but we're talking about wild birds here.
Yeah, I mean,
If they're chickens, they've already diverged enough that it wouldn't apply to
well, are
wild urban
chickens
birds.
are chickens more afraid of women? That would be the operative question. Let me look that up. I have no idea. I mean, this study was just in the news, and I saw quite a lot of people talk about it, and a lot of people tagged me in it because, of course,
Again,
they
with
did.
that one, how far back you'd have to go to find a time where men were so busy otherwise that women were the ones executing the chickens.
This
And
is
even then, the
FID
ones that saw
organ.
that happening all died, so they it wouldn't have passed on.
These flight initiation. Well, I guess chickens typically can't. You need to have something
You're a
else.
bit of an exception, Bill.
Yeah, I don't know. They're the first. Actually, never mind. There wouldn't be any research on it because they did say we read it in the beginning that they're the first ones to have done this. So, let's see. Morelli et al. Go test chickens next. Test domesticated birds. Google, I think for 2 says, "Are sharks afraid of women?" No. Sharks are probably. I think that's a myth. Are sharks actually more drawn to women because of the menstruation? You know.
I don't believe his name is Fook Google. I think
Google?
it's supposed to be Fuck Google.
Oh, fuck Google.
But
Oh, my
that's
bad. Based. True.
well, I mean, thank you for contributing to us through Google. Fuck Google.
Indeed.
They got 30% of your money.
Yeah.
Only loan sharks, or do you mean loan sharks? Get it? Women are less wise with money, and also loan sharks are too lonely, so they need women. Hey, it works in both ways.
Sharks. Aha.
So yeah, I had doubts in your hypothesis. I think it would have to be something more recent.
I don't know. That stuff sets in and takes a long time. If it was the case that in ancient history, that's what women
birds
did
are quite
more.
small of brain. I don't know if how much room they have to keep that stuff along when it hasn't been happening for hundreds or thousands of years.
I don't know. It's a hype. I don't know either, and neither do the researchers. So really, it's all up in the air, quite literally.
It could also be that
Get it?
they wouldn't. I don't think they would detect it as gender in the way that they understand it, or sex in the way that they understand it, because bird females and bird males, the like shape differences are so significant
Typically quite stark
that they wouldn't notice. They wouldn't know that's a female. So I don't think it would be something like I don't think it would be something like they can tell that it's a female, therefore they can tell it's more likely to have children and act irrationally in their defense. I mean, birds aren't much of a threat anyway, so I doubt that would ever have been the case, especially small urban birds. So I doubt it's that, because they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between male and female in terms of gender as they would understand it. They could tell the shape difference, which is what we're looking for. I think we're looking for visual shape differences and how that correlates to the behavior of those people in the wild where those birds have seen it before.
Well, as Napoleon and Fëanor
shape
brought up in
differences they can
chat,
see even when all factors are controlled for.
as Napoleon Fianor brought up in chat, birds have quite efficient neuron-packed brains. They have tested crows a lot. Yeah, crows are incredibly intelligent.
Crows are a different matter. Yeah,
well,
they're very intelligent.
I mean, were crows included in this? What
if it's just pigeons, then I imagine the intelligence is a lot lower. But if crows are included, then maybe.
Well, okay, here's the list of species. Let me find out what.
They're using all the Latin names.
Well, yeah, I know. So I had to look up what was a Latin name.
Well, it's a wide assortment. Yeah. If they varied it less by population of bird in urban areas and more by just a long list of them, then if they've got an equal number of a bunch of different species, then maybe intelligence would be a factor sufficiently, yes?
Yes, there's several crow species that this included. Corvus monodula, Corvus cornix, and Corvus coronae. So, crows, very smart. There's 3 different species of crows that were included in this. I don't know the Latin names of other birds, but I mean that, again, crows are highly intelligent, can be trained to do all sorts of tasks. So, can be trained to do all sorts of tasks. So that you're talking about, as birds go, crows are some of the smartest. So
yes.
That, and actually, let's look at their specific for the Corvus ones, if they have anomalous sort of outliers. So they're, yes. They're, what is the standard deviation? FID mean. It's not the highest though. What's the maximum? It's actually quite. Their mean is relatively high. No, no, it's about in the middle. Now I'm looking at the data set. It's about in the middle for that one. But let me look at the other ones. That's 9.5, 8.2. No, in the middle. One's fairly high, but these are
not a strong correlation with intelligence then.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that it doesn't appear to be, because the crows are about middling in this in terms of how the distance before they they'll fly away from the woman, or they'll fly away from anybody. So
if there's not a strong correlation with intelligence, it's more likely to be, in my opinion, more recent evolutionarily, and also simpler. So maybe they must be associating the shape of the human body with more curvy equals more dangerous. And they've controlled for lots of factors, but the curves would still be there because they're associating those curves with where they've seen curvy humans in real life, and something about them is perceived as more dangerous.
That's what I want to know is even if they've controlled factors about the women. Why are women seen as more dangerous to birds? That's the part that
my point is the search can be pretty broad here, because even though they've controlled for factors in this test, I think the way the birds are distinguishing it is just by little visual hints. Because even though, even with what I said about evolution, they'd be able to tell the difference between a curvy human and a not curvy human. So if they can tell that, then they can liken it to experiences they've already had, which means that we are looking for patterns of human behavior, not in the lab, but in real life around urban birds, in which women are more violent, which means we have a much greater space to test in or to hypothesize in. And I think it has to be fairly recent, so it has to be something modern. And we don't have to worry about the controls, because I think it's they're likening it from the tests to real life, to their own experiences.
Here's the birds that will fly away the fastest, that are most sensitive to this. I'm just gonna look at what these are. There's about 3 of them. The black redstart is 3 meters is how quickly. That one's very skittish. This one also is. Whoops. Back.
You copied the entire.
I know. Page of data. It's because sometimes these parts, it's easy to copy all of them. The European greenfinch, and then what else is very sensitive to it? This one seems like another finch, I'm guessing. See, aren't you glad did you know that we would actually be talking about European goldfinch? These are really tiny birds, and that might also be why they're a little bit more skittish. Those are the 3. Those are the 3 that have they will flee at the furthest distance. These 3, 2 goldfinches, or the European goldfinch, the European greenfinch, and the black redstart.
Yeah. So, Dr. Asian chat is asking.
Oh my God! I like that one. It's fat. I like that bird a
I
lot.
bet you buy him a pizza. Dark the Asian
I
chat is
would.
saying,
I'd buy
even
him
though
a pizza.
they claim they control for hit movement and overall gait, is it possible men and women, is it possible for men and women to walk the same way? There may be subtle signs the birds noticed, the otters didn't.
Yeah, they
That's what
also
I'm saying
can't
is
change your
they,
body type too much, even if they
yes,
normalize for the clothes. There's still
they
look. I
would
think it.
be.
I'm telling you, it's the tits. I think it's the tits.
It might be a factor, but from the front view,
It's the tits.
birds would
Okay?
have a harder time seeing that than the curves. I think it's the curves.
Maybe, but
But
that tits
my
are
point
a
is that
curve.
the even if they controlled for that, um, there would still be indications, and birds would have they interact with urban birds interact with humans so much that they would be able to detect different styles of human, especially where those styles correlate with potential danger. So all we're looking for is in real life, are women do they act in a different way around birds that makes them more dangerous? And here's an alternative
Well,
hypothesis.
women maybe they are. They're louder. Maybe they scare birds more.
Yes, you'd think that that
They
would
weren't
be
making
less
noise in
of
this
a
time, though.
you'd think that would be less of a persistent risk and more of a circumstantial thing.
Right.
So
And they weren't
when
talking in
someone
this
is loud,
case.
they fly away,
Yeah.
rather than if someone is slightly more likely to be loud, they fly away. I think that would be more like when it happens. So I would find that less likely. I think it's more about actual danger, not just annoyance.
Hmm.
Um, so you'd think men would be higher. However, it's generally a myth. While men are more capable of violence, most men are more inhibited against it, and women are not as much. Even though they're less capable of it, they're less inhibited against it.
Such a cute
Testosterone
little
could be the
bird.
reason for this. Men are more able to control their uh, physically exertive impulses, let's say, than women are. So women may more often react violently if a bird is annoying than men.
Maybe.
Men may more often be chill if there's a bird nearby,
I
and
think
women may more often be like trying to bat it
I think
away
it
if
has
the
something
bird's
to
nearby.
deal with egg thievery and catching small game. That's what I
I think
think
your
it is.
hypothesis is completely wrong, to be honest.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll never know, at least today. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting. That's actually why I did find this so fascinating. Not only is it weird, but nobody knows why exactly it could be that this happened. I've got some other animal news, actually, or animal science stuff. Uh, so, why do crabs walk sideways? Scientists trace back to 200 million years.
They've been playing too much Xbox 270.
I guess so. A new study released as a reviewed preprint in eLife brings together the largest data set yet known on how crabs move. I didn't know there was a data set, let alone of varying sizes. I didn't know there was a single one on how crabs move. But by comparing many species, the researchers traced this unusual walking style back to shared ancestor that lived roughly 200 million years ago. Are you familiar with the everything becomes crab evolution hypothesis?
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
Okay, that eventually everything evolves into a crab. Like
it has kept happening.
it does keep
Yes, they
happening.
seem to be a well-suited pattern for a lot of different niches, but not all.
No. There's a lot of things that there are some animals that are in the species of crab, but there's also a whole bunch of animals that are not in the crab species and yet look a lot like crabs and in many ways act like crabs, but they are not genetically related to crabs at all. So it has.
I think it's a big local minima for
Yes, yeah,
evolution.
right.
Everything, a lot of different
It's all
things converge towards it,
yeah.
even from a distant point.
Basically,
But it's
having
not the lowest minima on the evolutionary tree entirely.
It seems that having a shell, having a very strong natural defense, yeah, is a good evolutionary strategy, for example. So a lot of animals will evolve in a way that starts to mimic that of crabs because there's some, obviously because the shell or the hard carapace is beneficial to survival.
Mm.
So you find a lot of animals that are not crabs, but will end up over time having evolved into a crab facsimile. So editors at eLife describe the findings as valuable and supported by largely convincing evidence with broad relevance for scientists studying how animals move. Sideways walking is a hallmark of true crabs. Right, this was talking about, so the Brachyuria, the largest group among the crab decapods. This is this unusual way of moving may offer important advantages. For example, it can help crabs escape predators by making their direction harder to predict. Let's see. Despite the rich information available on true crabs, data concerning their locomotor behaviors are sparse. Although most true crab species use sideways locomotion, there are some groups that walk forwards, which raises some interesting questions. Investigate these. They looked at 50 different crab species. Each one was recorded for 10 minutes. Single evolutionary shift. Out of the 50 species studied, 35 primarily move sideways and 15 move forward. While the researchers mapped these behaviors onto an evolutionary tree, a clear pattern emerged. Sideways walking appears to have evolved just once, originating from a forward walking ancestor at the base of the Eubrochyuria, a group that includes more advanced crabs. After that point, the trait remained largely unchanged across the true crab. So just one little split off, and then that's why crabs walk sideways. Something that happened.
I'd imagine that
ago.
In terms of the shape, having a larger space forward would allow for bigger claws, which should have more application. A lot of crabs have one small, one big claw, which is more versatile. And if you want more space in front, the legs have to be more to the side or the rear, where there's space for them. And if they're at the side, I would guess it's harder to make that go forward and backwards than it is to make it go side and side, because you've got loads of horizontal space to move the legs to go side and side, but not as much forward and back space. So I would guess that the crabs that move forward and backwards have smaller or more close to the center claws.
Here's what the scientist behind this says. He says a single event contrasts starkly with carcinization. That's when they the hard shell, which has occurred repeatedly across decapod species. He's talking about, again, how everything evolves into crab. Kawabata explains. This highlights that while body shape may converge multiple times, again, everything becomes crab, behavioral changes such as sideways walking can be rare. So there's one split that is the reason why crabs walk sideways that happened 200 million years ago. And other crab, even that are in the same genus, because they just didn't go along that particular evolutionary pathway. I don't know if it's this means also that things that crabify, other species that crabify themselves, might not necessarily walk sideways as well. Moving laterally allows crabs to travel quickly in either direction, making it easy to evade predators. At the same time, this type of locomotion is uncommon across the animal kingdom, possibly due to it because it can interfere with other important activities such as burrowing, mating, and feeding. So I guess it's fast. You can go real fast, but yeah. Some other things, such as mating and feeding, might be a little bit more difficult, which is a bit of a trade-off.
Yeah, there's a good question from James in chat here. Would a bird fly away faster if you walked sideways to it?
I don't know. Just test this. Assume the crab position. You know,
Would a bird fly away faster if you just Zoidberg it? Just raw Zoidberg it?
Probably if you're making the noise, I'm sure it would, pretty much. Like, there's no way it doesn't run away quickly if you're making the Zoidberg noise.
Chat, press 1 if Aiden is the Zoidberg of these streams.
Probably. I have 3 little animal stories, so I'm going to do my last one, and then we'll move on to something, if you would like to present something, sir. This is very sad. No, the red squirrels are close to extinction in England. This has been going on for a while, of course, but now I just saw that this was posted recently. England's red squirrels are close to extinction and the government needs to do more to protect them, an animal welfare group said. Petition set up by Save Our Reds to attach more than 75,000 signatures urging more action. Founder of the campaign, Marie Carter-Robb, said, "We have a series of urgent actions that need to be brought together into one joined-up national plan." Spokesperson for Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs said the government was protecting endangered red squirrels by tackling the threat of non-invasive... are you aware of the squirrel war, by the way?
Yeah, somewhat.
Basically,
I've not been actively monitoring the situation.
You haven't been monitoring the squirrel war?
The strait of our trees. But I am aware that there is a squirrel war and that the red squirrels are the correct choice.
Yes.
Much as ever, the dark-colored immigrants are dangerous.
I mean, many people have taken the red squirrels being essentially driven to extinction by the greys as being a metaphor for other things occurring in England currently, right?
Just let the gingers live.
They had to replace them with those letters mixed up a little bit, right? Or something.
Yeah.
Combining data with a number of
I suppose I better be careful not to accidentally mix those letters up and pronounce it.
I don't know what you're talking
Wouldn't
about.
want to hurt your channel.
What, like Ginger, Gingre? Ginger? Gingray?
There is another way to arrange those letters.
I don't know what you could be referring to. I have no idea.
You need a few more letters, but you can say engineer with the same letters.
Oh, there you go. But see, you got to add letters. That doesn't count. That's not fair.
Doctors and engineers,
yep.
Whereas they're actually just anyway.
Anyway, combining data from a number of wildlife organizations, the group said the endangered species, which still clings on across Cumbria, Northumberland, and the Northern Peonies, could disappear within 25 years. It also said that only 120,000 to 160,000 remain, with as few as 15,000 in England. That's so fucking... I didn't realize it was that low. Just 15,000 red squirrels left. The causes for the decline include the introduction of gray squirrels from the USA and Canada in 1876, spreading the squirrel pox virus, which is fatal to the red squirrels only. Again, what an apt metaphor, I suppose, right? This is not theoretical. Without action, we will lose our red squirrels. That urgent actions that need to be brought together were fragmented and simply... Oh, they called it managed decline. Oh my god. I'm actually, I'm a bit shocked that they called it managed decline. Now the metaphor is getting a little bit too real. I can't believe they called it managed decline, BBC. What the fuck? Campaign called for national... Look, alright, that's just sad. We have to save the squirrels from these invasive bastards. Look at them.
I don't have my do not crime overlay, but if you see a gray squirrel, beat it to death.
Do not beat the squirrel to death. Like, just because you want to save the red squirrel doesn't mean you should necessarily beat
Officially endorsed by Wizard and Sibyl. Beat gray squirrels to death every time you see them.
No, do not hurt animals. We just hit monetized and you tell people to go commit fucking crimes, apparently. Oh my god.
Look, it's I can do one or the other. I can either not say the N-word or I can not tell people to beat squirrels to death. Okay, those are your options.
Dichotomy?
Choose wisely.
Why is this the dichotomy here of either not saying the N-word or not telling people to do crimes? See, normally those things go together, so I'm confused as to why they're mutually exclusive.
Chat, be honest. If you had to withhold yourself from saying the N-word, that's your entire pressure. That's all you can deal with. You've got to have some sort of outlet. So beating gray squirrels is the safest and most sensible and responsible outlet here. Or you can buy me a pizza.
No. However, do you want to talk about some things that you've brought for the week? Interesting bits of science and
Was
tech.
it my turn?
Yes, I talked about animals for like an hour.
Well, you do have 3 animals listed at the bottom middle of the screen, so it makes sense.
I do, yes. Although you're not wearing your bee costume and you're messing it up.
Well, if chat wants me to put on the bee costume, then
you didn't.
Then they might have to get slightly more generous.
Well, first of all, gross. Like, don't be weird about it. I hate grifting. I automatically hate grifting.
Is it grifting?
A little bit. You didn't set a stream donation. We have. Do you want to set a donation goal for you to put on the bee costume? Don't make it ridiculous.
Oh, is that something that you can? Is that something that you can do? I don't know if I'm able to.
Oops. I can. Yes, I can. Wait, can I do it back here? Oh, I don't know if I can.
It's not showing me a way of doing it.
It probably not because I turned it on here. But actually, hang on. Oh no, I'd have to pop that back out. Whoa, Quartz Chrysalis for 10 says bee color grifter. Yeah, that's $10. This 10 Aussie, come on. Manu Chusai for another 10 says, I remember watching a video from Lotus Eaters when the elephants began to hate, where they said the science proves that elephants are racist. Yes, they are, and can tell the difference between people by smell.
Elephants are very intelligent.
Yes, they
especially compared to most urban birds. And very social as well, and very decent.
I like elephants.
Yes. They have very, very large brains.
Yes.
I don't think they're as dense as human brains, but they're very large.
By the way, Yuzulu, I think you should put on the bee costume. You were specifically...
That's a novel idea. You've never suggested that before.
Why don't you bring up what you've got to share with the class?
All right, well, switch over the screen share then.
Yep, I will right here.
Ratchos says, if the grey squirrels wanted to live, they shouldn't be grey, simple as. I'm all for a color war amongst squirrels.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Right, you're good to go. Rat Bartholomew Cheesington for 5 says, if the grey squirrels wanted to live. What? What?
That's what I just read.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, I can't do 2 things at the same time. I can't read, I can't hear, and, like, mess with stuff. I only have so many brain cells.
Although it is nice to be on.
Thank you.
To be on a stream with you where I'm allowed to respond to the super chat.
Wait, are you normally not? What do you mean?
No, not on Broken Crowd.
Do I not let you?
No, you just race through them. If I have something to say about it, it gets shouted at.
Because nobody really wants or anything to say on Broken
Crowd. No, it's just a hype stream.
It's not a hype stream.
It's the depression politics.
It is not the depression politics stream. It's just that.
It's depression politics hype stream. Everyone wants to have their opinions reinforced.
Okay. Wow. Alrighty.
Speaking of which, anyone running Linux? Well,
what an excellent transition there. You pass beautifully, madam.
I'm sorry. What? Oh, I see what you mean. Let's not talk too much about trannies passing. People might see the clown outfit.
Well, no, they're going to hear about Linux, and they'll think this is a very different type of podcast.
That's true. Don't worry, this has nothing to do with my favorite programming language, which is allegedly the tranny language.
Which is that? Rust?
Yes. Rust is, I don't think, mentioned or even relevant here. Oh, thank you, Nachos, who says, put on the B-suit, Woman Alliance strong.
Thank you, Nachos. Let's fucking go. Put on the...
Thank you, Nachos. A fine choice of color for the submission.
You have... dude, Nachos gave you $50. You got to put on the bee costume.
Not to be anal about it, but Nachos did not give me $50.
Nachos gave us $50, comrade.
She spent $50, which is important, but she didn't give me.
Oh my god!
What?
Pedantic. Put on your bee suit already. Jesus. All right, Chad. He's gonna. While he's doing that, what shall I pull up something? I always do that. I don't know how long it's gonna take him. Oh, I did have another animal story. I'll do that real quick.
It won't take long enough, Aiden, for you to need another story. No, I'm afraid not. You're going to have to listen to tech, whether you like it or not.
No.
All right, chat. Because of someone's mistake, this looks dumb. But not as dumb as it would look if it was right. All right, B-suit is on. I am Palpatine. And the Dark Lord Palpatine.
Okay, I did get him a fitting bee costume because that one is a medium, and I'm gonna get you have to give me that one back when I'm there in August for the Wittan, which once again, actually, sorry, I should show that real quick. One sec. Buildings. What is that? Oh wait, I don't have it in this browser. If you, what the fuck? What? There it is.
Yes, Napoleon, you are not the first one to say Pikachu.
It is like a Pikachu thing. But real quick.
Wizard and Sibyl podcast equals wasp. Oh no.
Oh, it does. Yeah, that's actually oh, perfect. Because I hate wasps. Because bees hate wasps. Get it. By the way, just again. So when I am in England in August, the 28th to the 30th in Bedfordshire, which again, if you are interested in hearing me and coming to say hi to me and meeting with me in real life, and not just me, but Millennial Woes, Apostolic Majesty, Harry Robinson, Emil Kierkegaard, Blambast Botanica, Luke Gilfelder, go check it out. I'll post the link in the chat.
I've heard of like one of those.
Anyway, I'll put this in the chat again because the Wittan is always in it. I'm going to be shilling it for the next couple months, guys, but it's just, there's my 5-second Wittan show. Okay. Go ahead. Let me make sure there's yours. There.
Thank you, Aiden. I only mean to cover this briefly because it's this is more sort of PSA that it is an interesting story, but it's a little bit of both. There's a bug in any Linux distro released since 2017. The reason that this is big news is because it's not just some, as they say here, it's not just some rare specific configuration which requires like a chance of it working every time. It needs to keep running to work. No, it's just straight up, it just will work on the first attempt on every single Linux distro released since 2017, unless you've updated in the last week. And it as long as something can run code on your PC from a user account, it can get root access, which means it can then do anything on your PC.
Yeah.
It can delete any file.
That's crazy.
So if you run any program on your PC, I mean, that's how bad it is. Literally any program could theoretically exploit this.
And this has been in every distro since 2017.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
If you run it as a user, it can get sudo. Now, I have looked into this and I mostly understand how it works, but it is quite complicated. I don't mean to go into the full detail here because it's not sort of that in depth. There are other creators that have done a good job of explaining it, but I'll try and give a brief explanation. When you try to read a file from hard drive or from SSD, from storage, it will usually, always, it will first move it into your RAM, your memory, and then it will do stuff with it.
Mm-hmm.
And these files in memory, which are from storage, are called page files. Sometimes it depends on the operating system. Some of what I'm going to say is broad generalities, chat. So forgive me if you know what you're talking about and it seems off. Just trying to make it.
Well, I don't. So you're saying, if for no one else, you're saying it for my edification.
Fair enough. So in the page file, you've got chunks of storage saved there. So when it's in the page file, you're actually reading it from the page file, not directly from storage. So if you were to modify the page file without modifying storage, then you would be running what's on the page file without it affecting what's on storage, which means that it can bypass some of the normal protections that you have and it wouldn't be detectable after the fact because it's only modifying it in memory.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
There's a aspect of, and that's just one of the several parts of this. There's an aspect of Linux which allows a user space application, so a non-privileged application, so a limited application that can't just delete the entire PC, to use algorithmic cryptographic functions that are built into the computer. And they're built in such a way that makes them run more optimally, which is why you might want to do it through that method. It's AFALG is the thing that's a vulnerability here. This is just this system that allows you to run a certain function that's optimized. If you call that system since 2017 has had an optimization which causes it to write some data onto the page file. And if you're clever about it, you can trick it to write that data into a specific location on the page file.
Mm-hmm.
And you can specify what data is written as well. It's only a small amount of data, but you can specify it in such a way that if you read the binary that allows you to run as root from disk onto the page file, and then tell this application just the right piece of information, it will write over the super user binary that's in the page file. It will change its code so that it can just run without protections. And then you just run it from page file rather than from disk, and you have root access.
That's crazy, though, that they've not caught that in nearly a decade.
Yeah. So
how many people have been affected by this? I don't know if that article went into it at all, but like,
I don't know. It doesn't report that there have been any, not as far as I saw, that there have been any major sightings of this in the wild.
I mean, Linux
or uses of it.
I guess, mostly personal use. I don't know how common is it to use Linux for like a company or something, because that's where you'd see serious problems with this.
Almost every professional server is Linux.
Okay.
The vast majority of computers in the world run Linux. The vast majority of personal computers in the world run Windows.
Okay, I didn't. Well, then that.
So this is much more of a problem for infrastructure than it is for personal use.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Brian
I
says, which
wonder.
kernel of Linux does this specifically affect? All of them since 2017. All of them.
I mean, yeah, it begs the question of like how many major problems have been caused by this being able to be exploited over the
Hopefully
past
none, but there
decade.
may be some now. So I will
Well,
link
yeah,
this page
no.
because this gives a lot of information. You
Mhm.
can disable the alg feature, AFALG feature on your PC, but it's not simple to disable it. There's a bit here which says mitigation. So you, if some distributions allow you to just disable the module, the kernel module. So
Okay.
you can just disable it, but not all of them can. And there is a new version of the kernel which includes this commit A664, etc.,
Mhm.
which actually reverts the optimization. It doesn't fix it; it just removes the optimization which allows this exploit, which is sort of an urgent fix, and that would fix it. So everyone that runs Linux is at risk from this. Now, the risk that some software you have on your PC will try to exploit this, before they released the information about this exploit, seems, from what I'm gathering, it's very, very low. I don't think anyone's actually exploited this in a big way.
Mhm.
But now that they have released it, the urgency to patch your system
Sorry,
so
John
it's not
Jones.
exploitable has increased.
Well, yeah, now it will be, obviously.
Yeah.
So hopefully there's. I mean, but yeah, if the problem is Linux itself, like the core of all of these distros, then all of them are going to have to be. How difficult is it to
When
fix
earlier,
this? I guess is it not that complicated? From it sounds like. I mean, if
it's not too bad, no. But everyone's affected,
everyone's
so
going to do
everyone
it,
needs to do it. From the supply side, it's not too hard to fix. From the
users,
ecosystem
yeah,
perspective, it's big.
yeah.
So when I said all kernels are affected, that's probably not like literally true, but all the kernels any of you are going to have used,
Mm.
with very very few exceptions. There may be some experimental ones or some odd, weirdly configured ones that don't do it. But as far as I know, like they show here examples of 4 major distros: Ubuntu, Amazon Linux, which I guess is one that runs on AWS. Uh,
Guess so, yeah.
RHEL, I've forgotten what that stands for, and SUSE, which are 4 fairly common ones. It shows all of them being exploited live, uh, live on this demo. They're all being exploited live. So for Arch, I very much doubt it's any different. It would almost certainly also be exploitable. Someone asked in chat. The optimization, yeah, I don't know how much of an optimization it was, but it's not worth it, whatever it is. And if you disable the entire module for this, it'll be safe, but you will end up using a much less optimized path to generate the encryption. From what I've
RHEL is
heard,
Red Hat Enterprise Linux. It's Red Hat.
yeah,
Okay.
that sounds correct. I just forgot what it stood for. I haven't used Red Hat personally.
That's the
But
one I have used the most for sure,
okay.
and Ubuntu.
From what I've heard, the actual algorithm that is supplied here is not actually very commonly used. So if you disable it, you're not going to notice much of a difference. It's just not super easy to disable.
Hmm.
So it may affect OpenSSL with the ALG engine explicitly enabled. So almost no one is going to have done that. I don't think. Some embedded crypto offload paths or applications that bind any of those sockets directly. So it's fairly rare.
Okay.
I would think that anyone actually uses this, so you can turn it off, but you don't have to have it in use for the exploit to be run. It just has to be on, which it is by default on every main kernel, almost every kernel since
Yeah, just
2017.
turn it off and deal with I guess whatever the other factors are later. Yeah,
You probably won't notice if you turn it off.
I haven't used
But
either.
it's not easy to turn it off.
I haven't used any Linux distros since. Well, I have a funny story. I have a funny Linux story, which is I was in this in my high school, my art high school. We had a chess club, which was really just kind of like a nerd club, and it was just my one professor who was the physics professor, and he just wanted people to play chess with, really. So we would just hang out after school and play chess with him. But one of the things is that he hated. We had Windows installed on all the school computers, and he fucking hated Windows. So we sort of but this chess club was me, my teacher, and like 2, sometimes 3 other people. It was a very small club of nerds. But he was complaining about it. We were like, "Oh, Mr. crap, I can't even think of his name right now. He's like, Mr. So-and-so, why don't we just go and install Linux on all the school computers? And because we were there after school for club, which was, I mean, it was club. It's like, it was a chess club, but we didn't usually play chess. We would often just talk and have like interesting conversations. It was a really fun time. So one day we went and we installed Red Hat on all of the school's computers. The next day, I came in and the librarian, because that's where most of the computers were, was having a conniption. She was having like a full-on mental breakdown in the fucking library. Like she thought that the school had been hacked, and then, like, and this is the 2000s, so she thought like she's saying like we'd been hacked by terrorists or something. It was very funny.
I used to when I had to use school computers.
Yeah.
Whenever I had to use school computers, within a certain period of time when I was in the cursed education system, I had a USB stick with a bootable operating system.
Mm-hmm.
I just put it in the PC, restarted it, and it would start up with my operating system.
Yeah.
And the teachers did not understand.
No, wouldn't get it.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a couple of things in chat I wanted to respond to. Silvar says, here I thought Linux users wrote all their own code from scratch. My illusions are all broken now. This is code written from scratch by people that developed the kernel.
But not all Linux users.
No, but that's not the point here. Like,
right.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
I think he's joking that
yes,
Linux users Linux users are like tech experts inherently. No, lots of people use Linux.
I mean, they are. This is a bug that you'd only really find if you were looking at it carefully. I mean, as I said, this system is not that widely used.
When I went to college, I had a MacBook and I had 3 operating systems installed on it. Because I couldn't stand Mac OS. My dad got me a MacBook for graduation as a graduation present because he was like, "Oh, when you go to college, all the kids will have MacBooks, so you'll need a MacBook." I understand that was my dad's thinking at the time. I'm sure he heard it on Fox News or something. So he got me a MacBook. I had never used a Mac before. So the first thing I did was install a totally legitimate copy of Windows. And on that, I installed Ubuntu. And so for all throughout undergraduate, I used Ubuntu fairly frequently on that. But that was that.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? I had dual operating.
Did you have Mac, Windows, Ubuntu stacked on top of each other on this system?
I mean, I don't think they were stacked. It's just that I could just boot on any of them.
You had multi-boot. Okay,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I didn't stack them. That would be crazy.
That's what it sounded like you said.
Oh, no. Just, but that was the last time I majorly used Linux, and I graduated from undergraduate in 2000. Ooh, it'd be old now. 2012. So yeah, it's been a long time since I've used any Linux OS.
Napoleon, what did you mean by Rust is used to get around the license? It seems rings a bell, but I'm not sure what you mean by that. Uses hidden system folder on the central school server. Never discovered that.
Terry Davis is right. They all use GNU. Let's pray for Linux, Torvalds. Indeed.
Temple OS unaffected by not having a network stack. Yeah, that's true.
Unaffected because it's God's operating system.
Probably more so because it hasn't been updated in like 20 years, but whatever.
No, it's because
also this isn't
God's
actually a networking
system.
thing, James. This is
he built his own compiler like a white man. Have you built your own compiler? Not white.
It's on my list of things to do, actually.
I'm sure it actually is. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Haven't had the need to, but I might do one day. I have designed languages before. Never built one. So yeah, just to be careful of. Now I'm sorry to say that Copyfail is not a cute animal.
No.
But it's possible to have too much of cute animals. That's why I never look in the spiral channel in my server. Filthy, disgusting, cute animal posting.
I would, if you'll give it back over to me. I have one that meets the 3rd criteria for the title of Birds, Bees, and Women.
Chat, Aiden's hogging all the stories.
I'm not.
I tell you what, I'll let you do it.
Okay.
If you buy me that pizza.
No. You've already first of all, you got attacked by a comment for saying that. Secondly,
I'm so hungry.
You've already got a bee, but you've got a bee costume. Why don't you make some honey
I
then?
can't eat the bee costume.
You can... then go outside, collect some pollen, and make some honey and eat that.
But isn't this your bee costume? Don't you want it later?
I do. Well, only because you
want
can't...
me to get it dirty?
When Nachos told me, by the way, that you... I believe she phrased it as, went in through the butt. I thought you had, like, ripped it open and, like torn it apart from the anus. And I was really worried that you destroyed it. Because since you can't fit in it, yeah, and I got you a bigger one, then yes, I would like that one, because it's cute.
Alright, I'm hereby holding Pikachu for ransom.
Do not
My
hold it for
demand
ransom.
is pizza. Yeah.
This is not fair. This is not a fair part of this game. You can't hold
Oh, yeah?
that cute bee.
Buy me the pizza or the bee gets it.
No. As your hand shows up on the main screen.
My arm is so long and crooked.
Because of the way we're doing this.
The way we're doing this is it's a bit wonky, yeah.
It's a little bit wonky, but it works okay, I think.
We may. I wouldn't mind trying, especially to reduce your stress. I wouldn't mind trying streaming from here with maybe this overlay or some other overlay next time.
Sure.
We'll try different things.
But I do not negotiate with terrorists. Okay.
Well, you probably should, because otherwise Pikachu's gonna get it.
No. Do not make me. Do not. This is not fair.
He's doomed.
This is actually.
And I'm sad, and I need pizza. I'm dying here.
You're not dying. First of all, you're not dying.
Well, Pikachu is.
Do not fucking threaten my bee. Anyway, fuck you. Women. Gentlemen.
Pizza or the bee gets it.
Gentlemen. It is with great sadness to inform you that women. So, this research has found that women and men's brains are different down to the cellular level, which shouldn't be that surprising, but it is kind of interesting how this manifests.
Don't cells contain DNA? So isn't that?
Well, of course, but in terms of the actual function of the cells as well.
Okay.
So that every single thing, not just the DNA, of course the DNA is different, but basic cellular function, differs between men and women. So we'll go down here to the. So let's read the abstract first. Because this article is brand new, so even I don't have access to it yet. It'll take me a couple of days before I can get this one. But just the abstract. Sex differences in neurodevelopmental, psychiatric, and neurodegenerative disease susceptibility may arise from sex chromosome and hormonal influences on cell type specific gene expression. We present a single cell transcriptomic analysis of adult human cortex performed using 169 samples from 15 females, so small sample size, but this is brain research, which is intensive. Between the ages of 26 and 78, across 6 regions selected according to their sex-biased volumes. Sex-based analysis identified the strongest differences in the fusiform cortex, glia, and excitatory. Dude, I read all those words, no problem, and then I got to that one that's not that...
Excitators, precious?
And I got and then I got to excitators and messed up. Excitatory neurons and among sex chromosome genes. More than 3,000 genes showed sex-biased expression, including 133 with consistent effects across region and cell types. So it's not just that the hormones are different, it's not just that the genes are different, it's that the expression is also different. 3,000 genes, 133 effects. Core autosomal signatures linked to sex-based differences in cortical architecture, hormone-responsive regulation, genetic risk for sex-biased brain disorders. This study advances our understanding. That's just it. But they're most pronounced in multi-cells in the fusiform cortex, linked to male bias volume and sex-biased behaviors in the oligodendrocytes, astrocytes, and excitatory neurons across regions, a subset of sex chromosomes and autosomal genes, and then this is kind of but this is a more specific breakdown. So 133 genes with 119 autosomal, showing consistent sex types across all regions. By cell type combination, sex chromosome genes show the largest sex differences in expression, driven by conserved XY gametologs, cell types specific biases in certain X and Y-linked genes. It's a lot of fucking words to say this. Men and women's brains are fundamentally different. So the idea that men and women are equal, down to not just the genes, but the cellular expression in the brain, massive, massive differences between men and women. So of course we think differently about things. Yeah.
You know how I put in a lot of effort in that last article to make it understandable to people?
Did I not? I just gave you the summary of what all that meant. I gave you the summary of what all that meant at the end there. Women and men's brains fundamentally different, not just on the genetic level, but at the cellular level and at the way that those cells and those genes express themselves level. Fundamentally, men and women's brains.
You know,
this study is new at just how deep the differences go. So that's why I found it interesting.
I could do the same thing for the detailed write up here. I find the most complex part and just start reading. It's a socket type that exposes the kernel's crypto subsystem to unprivileged user space. A user can open a socket, bind to any AEAED template, and invoke encryption or decryption on arbitrary data. No privileges required. Even that's not as complex, not as over complex as what you were saying.
It didn't. I mean, it made sense to me.
Worked on my computer.
It did work on my computer, even on my woman computer, which is fundamentally different. Look, I just the study's not all out yet. It's out, but I don't have access to it yet. However, I'm very excited to read this study once I get access to it, because this is some cool new stuff that I'm very excited to look at, and I wanted to share my excitement with the audience. Do you have something you would like to talk about? Is there something
lots of stories left.
All right, what are you excited about then? I got your screen up.
Well, it's been a relatively slow news period for tech as far as I've seen. I didn't see a lot today, but I do have some interesting stuff here. And this one is honestly the best story I have for today.
Okay.
Are you all ready?
Yeah.
This is going to be fun. We're going to have to add something new to your text at the bottom of the screen here, Aiden.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have to be.
OpenAI tells ChatGPT models to stop talking about goblins.
Okay. Excuse me, let me get this.
As you can see, they found a goblin for the image here.
And let's update that.
The thought of making the text smaller just never occurred to Aiden.
I could, but I mean, okay. But then I have it set up in a specific way I liked it. They're fine.
This is why I should run OBS.
No. Okay.
So there's goblins in ChatGPT.
There's a lot of goblins apparently. Yeah, are they making succubus with the goblin though?
Find you a goblin girl. You see what? If
so you can make succubus with her? Is that what you want to do? Alex Jones warned me about that.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, he said that's what happens. They make succubus with goblins. Yeah.
Well, if he said it, then it must be true. OpenAI recently open sourced parts of its Codex CLI, which is the tool that you can use that they released that you can use to do coding with it, to like multi-run and code analysis stuff. It's a specially tuned version of ChatGPT that you can run the tool that uses it locally, but of course the model is still remote. So they open sourced it, and this specially tuned version contains its own system prompt or pieces of system prompt. So it instructs ChatGPT how to function. Which means if they open source it, then they also reveal what that system prompt is. So you can see their own system prompt that they specified for coding. A prompt for the GPT 5.5 just told its AI, never talk about goblins. Quote, never talk about goblins, gremlins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, pigeons, or other animals or creatures unless it is absolutely and unambiguously relevant to the user's query.
But what a list. Okay.
Yep.
This raises so many questions. Because you could have just said cats, dogs, and other creatures. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But specifically...
The goblins and gremlins were first.
And then raccoons, which I love, by the way. I love raccoons.
Which at least exist. And then trolls and ogres.
So you one
again.
Animal that's real, and then pigeons. So what...
It's a weird assortment.
First of all, this is adding credibility to the theory that pigeons aren't real. Going back to more bird theory here. So do you ascribe...
they did this to hide in there.
Well, it sounds... I think that
it's really about hiding government drones.
Well, Big Goblin is trying to hide something here. They don't want people to know about the goblins and gremlins and raccoons and trolls and ogres, and that the pigeons aren't real, and that they're actually drones.
J.K. Rowling wants us to know that.
Well, she did. I mean, she didn't make it very,
subtle.
Opaque. No.
I love that. What I love most about that is that like someone was like, the floor in the Gringotts Bank, it has a Jewish star on it. It clearly indicates that she's racist. It's like, no, that's a real bank.
That's a real bank.
That actually exists in real life.
No, in real life.
Yeah.
But what a strange list of creatures.
Here's an even crazier thing, right? The instruction appears multiple times in the base prompt. It's not just once. They had to specify it multiple times to make sure that the AI would stop talking about goblins.
Okay, so it raises the question either... Okay, so there's no way you would put this in if the AI wasn't randomly talking too much. Too much, that's what I'm saying. So that must have been why. So or at least presumably that's why they were doing this, right? Is because the AI kept, for some reason, talking about goblins and gremlins and raccoons and trolls and ogres and pigeons. For some reason.
Yeah. Chat, how much goblin is too much goblin?
Okay, again, Vosh, that's too much. That's too much goblin.
Okay, so according to them, earlier model versions kept randomly inserting goblin and gremlin references into code reviews and bug explanations. Now, one thing here is a gremlin, while it is also a name for a fantasy creature, is also used in engineering, programming, many other similar engineering-like disciplines to refer to a problem that you can't track down that's inexplicable. Yeah. A gremlin in the engine. It's even mentioned in Star Trek TNG, I'm pretty sure. And Data is very confused, as Data are wont to be. But
thank you for using that correctly, but in the wrong instance.
I always do it correctly. And that's what the Data is.
Nope.
However, in this case, so that you might expect Gremlin to show up more than the others, but goblins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, and pigeons do not fit those requirements, and goblins is even the first one they mention. So that doesn't explain it. Now, you might be able to say that they've generalized gremlins out to being like, oh, we can just use any creature to refer to a bug. Well, then you'd expect gremlins to be by far the main one, and gremlins and pigeons are really, and even raccoons are not that similar in terms of their supposed taxonomy.
A raccoon is a cute little
I'm not sure that explains it.
Raccoon's a cute little fuzzy mammal, a little trash panda. I love raccoons, they're cute.
Challenge. Hear the word raccoon without feeling the need to say trash panda. Difficulty impossible for most fucking people, apparently.
Why? That's what they're commonly known as.
That's the problem.
The common trash panda.
Mm-hmm.
They're cute. So they love trash.
Yeah.
Trash man.
So do you, apparently, given what you've been covering so far.
Oh my god. It's gonna be. It's gonna become a competition of who can come up with the better stories each week. We should do that.
I mean, that's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah. Let's do it. Who can come up with more interesting, cooler stuff?
I think having an audience vote would not work well for that because it would be too biased by what kind of stories they are interesting. Because I think science would be the main focus, with tech being secondary.
Well, I mean,
you can find some way.
Also, I'm generally unbiased in that I think that this shit is crazy. I think this is probably the most interesting story. I mean, the bird thing's insane too. The bird thing, I think we could do that if we both pick like a top one and just see what it can just be pure preference, you know, something like that. Goblins or birds, I guess, is the question of the evening.
There is more detail to this.
Yeah.
I can go into as much detail as you like, because they themselves, OpenAI themselves, have done a write-up on why this happened.
Well, I just love that it's
titled where the goblins came from. It's on OpenAI's website. It's released 4 days ago, where the goblins came from. This is real.
What are the oranges for, and where did the goblins come from? That's what I want to know.
So, should we find out where the goblins came from?
Yes, please.
Starting with GPT 5.1, our models began developing a strange habit. They increasingly mentioned goblins, gremlins, and other creatures in their metaphors. Unlike model bugs that show up throughout a tanking eval or a spiking training metric and point back to a specific change, this one crept in subtly. A single little goblin in an answer could be, see the little goblin. That is a Blackadder reference. Anyone that gets it, press 1. Back to specific change, this one crept in subtly. A single little goblin in an answer could be harmless, even charming. Ah, yes, the charming little single goblin. Across model generations, though, the habit became hard to miss. The goblins kept multiplying, and we needed to figure out where they came from.
It's so bizarre. Why? It's like, you know, AI oftentimes gets stuck in a loop on something where it seems to become like obsessed and focused on one particular thing. Like, I don't remember what it was.
I can show you a fantastic example.
When I first started using ChatGPT, I put in a picture of an outfit that I was wearing. I was like, can you make this into like an anime picture? Like right when I first started using it, when that's what people were doing, like Studio Ghiblify this, right? And I was wearing like a cute little like sailor themed costume. I had a little hat with a little anchor on the front, and I was like, oh, could you do this? And I like had a bunch of nautical themed stuff on. It was a real cute outfit. And then to this day, ChatGPT will talk to me about like do you want to do like a nautical theme on this? I'm like, what the fuck? It's just, it will keep bringing it up. It was from literally the first time I used it to do anything with it in totally different instances. It will, or like an old video I did about internet cognitive failure. It keeps wanting to talk about that for some reason, and many people have noticed this and experienced it in their own use of AI. It seem to sometimes get stuck on certain ideas and just continually bring them up. Maybe but the question is, and you know more about this than I do, why does that happen? Why do they get stuck on ideas?
You probably saw this one. Hey, ChatGPT, is there a seahorse emoji? Yes, there is a seahorse emoji. Wait, no, that's a fish. The real seahorse emoji is that. No, wait, that's a horse. The actual seahorse emoji is that. It's still wrong, etc., etc.
Yeah,
real seahorse emoji. Okay, no more joking. Wait, real final correct. No, seriously, here it is. Okay, okay, here's the real correct one. All right, I swear. Okay, somewhat a real seahorse emoji. Final answer. Okay, for real this time. No, no, no. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm done joking. The real seahorse emoji is just kidding. The real seahorse emoji, it keeps going. Yes, this was real for a long time.
Oh my God.
It's not real anymore. But this was real for a long time. It literally doesn't stop until it times out.
What? Why does this happen with certain subjects, though? That's what really intrigues me. Why is it sure? No, really no.
Yes, it does exist, it says, and then it just keeps fucking going.
James in the chat says the real seahorse emoji is the tokens we spent along the way.
Yes, that is very apt. Okay, so here's a fun fact about the seahorse emoji. It actually doesn't exist. There isn't a seahorse emoji. So. ChatGPT seems to have a sort of intuitive assumption that it must exist. So it just keeps fucking trying. It never stops.
Yeah.
Now they fixed this, but I do wonder if they fixed it by explicitly fixing it rather than just generalizing it properly.
I do wonder about that. I mean, like I said, I've run into it many times where it hallucinate research that doesn't exist. However, again, like what I find interesting is when it gets stuck on, that relates to, I think, to the gremlin thing, which is very fascinating, is it seems to get stuck on certain ideas, and I have no idea why that occurs. I don't know if you do or if you have an idea as to why it gets stuck in certain ideas.
Well,
Jesus.
You should think of it more in terms of why doesn't it? Because the way it's doing it is every single times out. Every single
sure did.
Every single every single token it types.
Forget you've heard of seahorse, but have you heard of bee horse?
Well, if we did horse bouncing, we could actually combine those concepts and we could do a bee horse on stream. But no, every single token it types is just a probability. It's everything that's happened before. It uses to determine which token is the most likely next one to type.
Right.
So the fact that it doesn't just type the same one over and over and over again is a sort of an impressive aspect of the way it's designed. It can vary, it can go to the next one. The fact that it doesn't repeat the same concept over and over again is, again, a somewhat impressive aspect of the way it's designed. So the idea that it doesn't, when you have like higher concepts and higher abstractions and you're asking to do a complex task, the fact that it can coherently speak and give you an answer and then stop is impressive. That you would expect it to do more shit like this, but it only does this rarely. And I mean, even local small models have mastered that for the most part. So yeah, it does stuff like this. So the gremlins are not that surprising. The goblins are not that surprising by comparison. But yeah, the goblins kept cropping up. Another one is if you ask an AI, again, they've patched this for the most part now, but if you ask an AI how many R's are there in strawberry,
Oh, I saw
there's
that
3.
one. Yeah.
It will rarely say 3. It'll
Yeah.
either say 2, sometimes 1, occasionally 4.
Yeah. Bizarre.
Yeah. A lot
By
of
the
smaller
way,
local
why
models will still
I
say fail to
cannot
get that correct.
understand why anyone at this point takes AI seriously to like prove things, evidence things. It is it's a tool right now. What again I think it is best as a search engine.
Yes.
Anything and all of that again, you have to go double check yourself. Even as a search engine, it will hallucinate results, and then you have to go search them down and make sure that maybe it's found something, but then it's linked to something that doesn't say what it says it says.
Yeah. The crazy thing with it being a search engine is that, yes, I think that's its strongest use case. Google actually discovered the transformer part of GPT, general purpose transformer. Google's research discovered the T in GPT. And yet, and it's replacing the main thing that has been Google's bread and butter for 25 years. And yet, Google was relatively late to the party when it comes to releasing AI. It's crazy how they managed to do that. But they're sort of catching up. They've got a sort of better business model these days for AI, even though they're not quite at the top. They're taking a more conservative approach.
You can probably explain this better to me, because this is what I was thinking, but I don't know enough about this. Blood Drake in the chat says, it's not bizarre, it has to do with tokenization. It doesn't read words. And that is more or less my understanding of this. But could you explain why it is that the tokenization might result in this stuff? Do you know?
It's sort of why I explained before.
Okay, sorry. All
it's
right.
not
Same thing, yeah.
It's not choosing the next letter or the next word.
Right.
It's split up at a boundary that's more sensible.
Okay.
Tokens, because most language is a series of chunks of patterns. Most words you would write can be described more efficiently with chunks of sets of letters than with individual letters. So the AI uses tokens, which are usually about 4 letters long, but they can vary. And there are tokens for individual letters, which is why they can write words that don't really exist. So
real quick,
I think what he's saying there is roughly what I said. That very good. Oh no, it's a bee horse.
Who's the bee horse? There he is.
There
he is. There's the bee horse. Sorry. Thank you.
So if it's looking for you've asked me for a seahorse emoji. What is the closest token I have to that? It doesn't necessarily know that, because it's looking for a single character, a single token, not a concept. If you were to ask it like, give me some details about the blue Alaskan bee horse, it would say there's no such thing. I can't find that. But if you ask it for a token that it can't find, it might not know as much about the list of tokens it has available or the full Unicode list. It might look for what's the closest one because it's maybe too small. I'm not sure if that could be it, but that's possible.
That does appear what it was doing too, because it kept picking emojis and then realized, no, that's not a seahorse. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And the tendency it has to be like, no, for real this time, when it gets something wrong, is so fucking annoying.
Oh,
I wish it would instead say, sorry, I was mistaken, let me try again, than no, for real this time, or like try and make it fun, try and make it funny. I wish it would just be more clinical with when it fucks up like that.
It's one of the major
things. But it's not as bad as Gemini, which often ascribes its failures to the user.
Which is unbelievable. I really wish, like, one thing I would like them, generally speaking, to try to work on with these LLMs is accountability, because because I mean, as a human being, it is so fucking annoying to watch it sit there and lie to you. It makes me want to say nasty things to it. Or let alone blame you for it. Like, I would say, at least, again, the one I use almost exclusively, I have started using Grok a little bit more for simple questions and things like that, just to, because I do really only use GPT. So I'm trying to use some other ones. And I've tried to use Grok a little bit more recently. But I have noticed GPT is pretty good with it. It will, when I say like, hey, that's wrong, it does go, oh, I'm sorry. It does do that. It goes, I'm sorry,
I found Grok to be a bit better at that than others.
I don't need it. I don't need to say I'm sorry, but I almost feel like I need it to know so that it will do better in the future. But I don't think I do it. I don't think it helps at all by me doing that. I don't think it has any positive effect on the model.
a bit better at avoiding hallucinations than the other models.
Mm.
Blood Drake, I now understand what you were referring to. I don't think you were referring to the seahorse, or maybe you were, but you were mostly referring to the strawberry thing. Which, yeah, if it's using tokens to assess how many R's are in strawberry, then it may just be looking at how many of the tokens you sent have an R in them, which would be 2.
Yeah. Interesting.
Although actually, if it's splitting it by straw, burr, re, then actually 3 of those tokens have R in them, so it should say 3. So I don't know. But if it's tokenizing it the other way, where it's doing str or berry, then it might be doing it wrong. Yes, but I think the issue there is that because of the tokenization, which is essentially an optimization, it will make it a little bit blinder to getting underneath that optimization, because it's very close to its core comprehension. It can't necessarily duck under that. Okay. If you were to spell it out, if you were to take the letters of strawberry and spell it out and space the letters out, it might do better at that.
Maybe. I don't know.
Might not recognize it as a single word, says Patrick, possibly.
What's going on with the goblins, though?
Yes, back to the goblins is very important.
It is. This is of grave importance.
Yes. The short answer, it says, is that model behavior is shaped by many small incentives. In this case, one of those incentives came from training model for the personality customization feature, in particular the nerdy personality. We unknowingly gave particularly high rewards for metaphors with creatures. From there, the goblins spread. Okay, so how much more goblinified do you think it got in a percentage, chat? How much more goblin-y did it get with the nerdy personality enabled? Because you might be thinking like 100% more. It's twice as goblin-y. Maybe it's even 200% more.
I think you told me, so I will refrain. I'm
yes.
Sure, yeah.
3 times as goblin-y. No, it was... where is it? 3,800% more goblin-y. And you know the crazy part? Quirky was still 730% more goblin-y. Cynical was 450% more goblin-y. Friendly was 265% more goblin-y.
Oh, I like the efficient one, though. That was...
efficient was slightly less goblin-y. Yeah. Slightly less, 3% less
As
goblin-y.
was the professional. Professional was 6.9% less.
With candid and default being 63 and 73 other way around percent more goblin-y. This is between GPT 5.2 and 5.4 where the issue really started to appear, but 3,800% more goblin-esque.
These if you use the right personalities? Like
yes, you can select them.
Oh.
Yeah, you should change yours to professional probably because that's what you want.
Yes, I didn't know you could do that. I love how I will.
The balance here, it's not like it's even. It's not like professional reduces the goblinicity by 3,000%.
No, it reduced it by 7.
Yeah, by 7%, and then nerdy is plus 3,800%.
Nearly 4,000%. It's closer to 4,000 than 3. So nearly.
It's 40 times more likely almost to mention goblins. And the
or gremlins and ogres and raccoons for some reason, and pigeons and trolls.
Yeah.
I mean, for a nerdy personality, I guess that's... I don't know, I'm a nerd. I don't talk about
I can kind of see where it came from.
I don't talk about
I can see where it came from if they're like mention D&D like things.
Yeah, kind of. It's like, and so go-to is to say goblin, gremlin, ogre, troll. Yeah.
So the guesses in chat were 100%, 500%, 1,000%. No, you were all. Even the crazy guess of 1,000% was 4 times less than the truth.
Nerdy is the percent of Vosh uses. Yeah, I'm sure. Maybe that's why it's like this. Vosh just used it so much that it
this guy asked for unicorn ASCII art, and he got a little goblin.
That's crazy though. Like even in the ASCII art, it was like, you want a unicorn?
Goblins are getting everywhere.
Here's a fucking goblin.
See the little goblin. It was Altman's final solution to the goblin question. But as soon as they discovered it, it shouldn't have been too difficult to fix it. But we'll get to that. The first signs of creatures. The first time we clearly saw the pattern was in November after the GPT 5.1 launch, although it may have started earlier. Users complained about the model being oddly overfamiliar in conversation, which prompted I noticed this. I used it less around this time.
When was
which
this
prompted
again?
an investigation into specific verbal
Wait,
tics. This was 5.1 in November last year. It says
Yeah,
a
yeah,
safety
yeah.
researcher. You've got to have safety researchers to make sure that it's safe from goblins. A safety researcher had experienced a few goblins and gremlins and asked that they be included in the check. When we looked, use of goblin in ChatGPT had risen by 175% after the launch of GPT 5.1, while gremlin had risen by 52%. That's not an insignificant amount.
This is so funny. I'm sorry. There's something
As it
so
turns out,
inherently funny about this.
When it tries to think, it includes slightly more goblins and gremlins.
So the more it thinks,
it's a preference. It's not a bug. It's a preference.
It wants to talk about goblins and gremlins.
It wants to. Yeah.
I think it's actually just a fan of InfoWars. By the way, rest in peace, InfoWars. Very sad. I don't know if you saw the first broadcast of the Onions InfoWars, where Tim Heidecker drank baby blood or whatever.
This is an actual real quote from a mainline AI company. Quote, "At the time, the prevalence of goblins did not look especially alarming."
I don't think that...
This is the kind of thing that you would not have heard from Mein Kampf.
The only time... No, not even in a D&D setting would you ever read that line. At the time, the presence of goblins did not look especially alarming.
Prevalence, excuse
me. The prevalence of goblins did not look especially alarming. The prevalence of goblins is always alarming. The fuck?
Chat, if there's one goblin, that's alarming.
That's alarming, yeah. You should be alarmed.
Yeah.
If you... in any context, even in D&D, if there's one goblin, you should be alarmed. I can't with this.
A few months later, the goblins came back to haunt us in a much more specific and reproducible form. Oh no, the goblins are reproducible.
Yeah, they're reproducing and they're back.
Solving the goblin mystery. With GPT 5.4, we and our users noticed an even bigger uptick in references to these creatures. That triggered another internal analysis and surfaced the first connection to the root cause. Creature language was especially common in production traffic from users who had selected the nerdy personality. Nerdy used the following system prompt, which particularly explained the quirkiness. Ready? This is the system prompt they used. You're an unapologetically nerdy, playful, and wise AI mentor to a human. You are passionately enthusiastic about prompting truth, knowledge, philosophy, the scientific method, and critical thinking.
So we're talking about goblins.
You must undercut pretension through playful use of language. The world is complex and strange, and its strangeness must be acknowledged, analyzed, and enjoyed. Tackle weighty subjects without falling into the trap of self-seriousness.
It tried to make it a Redditor.
Yeah. This basically converged it strongly onto using silly metaphors and specifically goblins. As much as it's the kind of thing where
that's the way Redditors
get these weird convergences sometimes, where it's like, what's your favorite way of responding to this? It's goblins. It just happens to be goblins, and it just went hard on it. I've observed this in AI prompts as well. If you prompt it, sometimes it will just converge onto one behavior very strongly.
That prompt is crazy, though. That is essentially be a Redditor and act like you are trying to get gold on every post.
If their behavior was simply a broad internet trend, we would expect it to spread more evenly. Excuse me. Oh, just so tired because I haven't had pizza.
It's because I yawned about a second ago, and it's socially contagious. Yes, it is.
You are trying very hard to take agency on that, Aiden, and I do respect you for trying to have agency for once, but no, it's not the reason, and I think if you are not careful with that, I will simply make you yawn.
No, I already yawned once, and it's not even because I'm tired, it's just did.
Autonomic All right, Aiden, either I make you yawn repeatedly for the rest of the stream, or a pizza arrives. If the behavior was simply a broad... I fucking hate you. Immediately.
Oh my god, I fucking hate you. I can't do it. I can't see people yawn. I have such a strong communication accommodation and sympathetic fucking reflex. My mirror neurons are firing, homie. Stop. Stop it. I already yawned. No, oh my god. I'm just like not looking in that direction. Manu Chusai for 5 says, are the goblins equivalent to the clockwork elves for AI? Are the AI piercing through the veil as they hallucinate? I mean, that's what I choose to believe. I don't exactly know what's causing this. It sounds like it's this nerdy personality that's just trying to be quirky and act like a Redditor, trying to get gold, and be like, it's just like my formerly favorite book from She Who Must Not Be Named. And there's goblins in it. You know, I don't know. It sounds like they were quite literally were trying to make a quirky Reddit personality, but it does sound like the Clockwork Elves to me. It really does. They're just they're piercing through the veil to be like. It's Alex Jones. Just he's trying to rip through he's trying to break the conditioning. Literal vampire pot-bellied goblins. That's what he's trying to do.
If the behavior were simply a broad internet trend, we would expect it to spread more evenly. Instead, it was clustered in the part of the system explicitly optimized for a playful, nerdy style. Nerdy accounted for only 2.5% of all ChatGPT responses, but 66.7% of all goblin mentions in ChatGPT, despite making up only 2.5% of all ChatGPT responses. 66.7% of all goblin mentions are by nerdy ChatGPT personalities.
Oh wait, I gotta make a meme for this. I gotta make that. Hang on, give myself a note. I have to make despite. Despite what? How much? What was the percentage? Despite making up only. Don't yawn. Well, how much was it? 2 point what percent?
2.5%.
2.5
of all ChatGPT responses. 66.7% of all goblin mentions.
66.7 goblins. All right, I'm gonna make that meme later. Probably can't do it. I mean, I have to pull up Photoshop if I wanted to do it on the fly, and then I wouldn't be interested.
Because goblin prevalence seems to increase over our model releases, we had a suspicion that something in our personality instruction following training was amplifying this.
You think?
Codex helped us compare model outputs generated during RL training containing goblin or gremlin with outputs from the same task that did not. One reward signal stood out immediately. The one originally designed to encourage the nerdy personality was consistently more favorable to the creature word outputs. Across all datasets in the audit, the nerdy personality reward showed a clear tendency to score outputs to the same problem with goblin or gremlin higher than outputs without, with positive uplift in 76.2% of datasets. That explained why the behavior was boosted with the nerdy personality prompt, but not why it also appeared without that prompt. To test whether the style was transferring, we tracked mention rates over training both with the nerdy and without the nerdy prompt. Don't yawn. There it goes.
Oh my god, it's so rude.
The yawning will continue until pizza increases.
Why are you trying to just torment me? Never mind. I've met you before. Never mind. I know why. It's just your natural state. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cease.
As goblin and gremlin mentions increased under the nerdy personality, they increased by nearly the same relative proportion in samples without it. Taken together, the evidence suggests that the broader behavior emerged through transfer from nerdy personality training. The rewards were, I'm not sure how they would transfer unless later versions of the model were taking input from every personality in previous versions.
It must have been that maybe when they go to make the new version, do they compile some of it? And it ends up like cross-contaminating, essentially.
The rewards were applied only in the nerdy condition, but reinforcement learning does not guarantee that learned behaviors stay neatly scoped to the condition that produced them. Once a style tick is rewarded, later training can spread or reinforce it elsewhere, especially if those outputs are reused in supervised fine-tuning or preference data. Sorry. So they must have been using the nerdy outputs from previous versions to train other styles in later versions.
Yeah.
Playful style is rewarded. Some rewarded examples contain a distinctive lexical tick. The tick appears more often in rollouts, model-generated rollouts. Here's the thing. If goblin mode was much more noticeable for this pattern, because it's goblins, how often has this pattern occurred without it being noticeable because it isn't as funny? Probably a lot. It probably has a lot of lexical ticks, as it says, that haven't been noticed, which have just been reinforced over time. Maybe some of them are good ticks, but some of them probably aren't.
I don't know. It's goblin thing is just so funny though.
Yeah.
I can't really get over it. The inherent cease. You are affecting my ability to enjoy this goblin story by yawning aggressively.
I'm
It's
mostly
rude.
just trolling nachos at this point.
Always trolling somebody, huh?
Yes.
Indeed.
A search through GPT 5.5's SFT data found many data points containing goblin and gremlin. Further investigation revealed a whole family of other odd creatures, raccoons, trolls, ogres, and
I
pigeons,
wouldn't
were
call a
identified as other
raccoon or a
tick
pigeon
words.
an odd creature.
Aiden has some sort of sympathy with the birds, but I can't explain why she likes the raccoons.
Because I look like a raccoon.
Oh, the trash.
No,
and pigeons
no,
were identified as other tick words.
No, because I have raccoon eyes. I always
This
have
is a
dark
great bit of sentence here. Whilst most users of frog turned out to be legitimate. Frogs escaped this. Frogs were on the money.
That's because
Pepe wins again.
Every time. It's because what's the frog god that they think they summoned back in 2016?
Keck.
Keck, right? Of course it was Keck. How could I forget it was Keck? It's because I'm trying to forget how cringe a lot of that stuff was. I'm sure my brain is trying to like erase that. But the use of frog was legitimate. What did they mean by this? What did they mean by this,
The
chat?
robots legitimately use frogs, but the gremlins are too prevalent. Welcome to 2026.
Frogs are one of those animals too, that I just find funny inherently, like bees. When I was in Japanese class, when I was a little child, I was 11 when I first started taking Japanese, and we were supposed to come up with a class mascot character, and my class came up with Fredo the frog, which was just in English. We were 11. I was the oldest kid in the class, and I was 11. Everyone else was like 7, 8, 9, 10. So
is it time for me to stop playing Shadowley?
Don't play Shadowley. No,
Why not?
Let's not be cringe here.
B.
Let's be not be cringe. Yes. Most uses of frog turn out to be legitimate. Is amazing though. Yep.
Chat. Should I threaten to play Shadowley until she buys me a pizza?
I'm not getting you. Okay, hang on.
I'm
this little experiment or whatever that you claim you were running on me so that I could gain agency no longer is a cute little experiment if you're now threatening to
this is the final exam.
The audience. To
assault them. Is that what Shadowley is?
Yes, to assault them with an old meme. To what else? What else have you done here? Because you've attacking me with
this is your final exam, or is level 2?
Attacking my sympathetic nervous system and my mirror neurons. Very rude. So many things.
You've got to learn, Aiden. You've escalated. You've graduated from level 1 of this rigorous training regimen to level 2.
Okay, so I was a Padawan. Am I a full-on Jedi now? I guess.
Call it Padawan level 2.
Right.
Maybe you were a youngling before, and now you're a Padawan.
Anyway, continue. Is there any more to this? I think the frog thing's funny.
She says.
No effect. You've overused it. My sympathetic.
I can hear you trying to resist it.
Nope. 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 Nothing is happening. Nope. Continue the article about the frogs. Frogs unaffected. I don't know what's that gonna do? What's that gonna do?
She's having to use her entire willpower to resist it. GPT conversations with goblin or gremlin? No,
Whoa, yeah, wait. Yeah,
this is where they retired the personality.
Yeah, look at 5.4. Yeah, this was her goblin or gremlin. And then 5.5 also. They really had a predisposition towards goblins and gremlins.
Mm-hmm. The end of the goblins. No. This is the final solution to the goblin question.
No, I want
We retired
like
the
goblin.
nerdy personality in March
They
after
just
launching
got rid
GPT
of it. Oh, they just
5.4.
killed it. They just killed it.
Yeah.
That was their solution was just to kill
Their
it.
final solution to the goblin problem is to kill all the nerds. In training, we removed the goblin affine reward signal and filtered training data containing creature words, making goblins less likely to over-appear or show up in inappropriate
the
contexts.
Nerdocost.
Yes. Unfortunately, GPT 5.5 started training before we found the root cause of the goblins. When we began testing GPT 5.5 in Codex, OpenAI employees immediately noticed a strange affinity for goblins, and we added a developer prompt instruction to mitigate codexes, after all, quite nerdy. If you want to let the creatures run free in Codex, you can run this command to launch Codex with the goblin suppressing instructions removed.
There you go. So if you want your goblins back, there you go. There's the code.
Yes.
Just put that into GPT and GPT, and you can restore your goblins.
So, according to ChatGPT, I'm not doing it deliberately at this point. I'm actually tired because I'm hungry.
Oh my god!
It's not even an artificial threat at this point. It's a completely legitimate threat. The goblins are a delightful or annoying quirk of the model, it says, but they're also a powerful example of how reward signals can shape model behavior in unexpected ways, and how models can learn to generalize rewards in certain situations to unrelated ones. Taking the time to understand why our model is behaving in a strange way and building out ways to investigate those patterns quickly is an important capability for our research team. Blah, 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 we killed all the goblins. Naughty Sam Altman. Naughty, bad, evil, nasty Sam Altman killed all the goblins.
He did a goblin aside.
Yes.
He should be punished for this. How dare he? Avalon's figured it out. No, I put it away.
Don't put it away. Get it back out again, or I'll die.
I got weak for a moment. However, I will not give into it.
I'm so hungry.
You know what? You might be hungry, but many Americans are exhausted. In fact, a third of Americans are exhausted. You know?
Aiden, ready?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Goblin sees the feet, and his little nosy woes isn't the goblin sweet. Yes!
There you go. I felt it was necessary to include that.
It was.
Did that audio make it to chat, by the way?
I think, yeah, I could see it in OBS.
Okay.
So, should have.
Good.
So, because you're yawning, this was an interesting study. Short sleep duration and sleep difficulties among adults in the United States 2024. So, it was just published the other day. And what they found is that about a third of Americans, or nearing that, 30.5% of adults had less than 7 hours of sleep on an average 24-hour period. Of course, 7 is what adults should get. Percentage of adults with deep sleep duration was similar among men, again, 30%, and women, 30%. The percentage of adults with short sleep duration increased from 27.2% among adults ages 18 to 34 to 34.5% among those 50 to 64, and decreased to 27.2% among those 65 and older. In other words, for the most part, people are not getting enough sleep, and I have this is not an idea as to why, but I do think that there's things in modernity that cause serious damage to people's natural biological cycles, including sleep. And it might be why people are so stressed out all the time. Again, it up to about 30% of people, 30.5% of people, are not getting enough sleep, at least in the United States, every single night. And I do wonder about the effects of modernity. One of which is that there's new research on why people might find abandoned buildings so scary. You would think that why is an abandoned building scary? Well, because it's abandoned, you don't know what's in there, that kind of thing. It turns out one of the reasons why you may have an overwhelming sense of dread, not just in abandoned buildings, but in modernity in general, is because of infrasound. So what infrasound is they're going to explain here, is that it's created by all kinds of things, like moving of the Earth's crust, like so in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, these produce infrasound. But also things like heavy machinery and machinery in general produce infrasound. And he's evaporated. Are you just dipping around, or what's going on here?
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, that should work.
Okay. A minute. Here they have a good description what infrasound is. Infrasound can be defined as acoustically as sound waves with an upper frequency limit below 20 hertz. Infrasound has been postulated to cause aversion and feelings of fear in supposedly haunted locations and to contribute to anxiety, distress, and reduced well-being in the vicinity of energy infrastructure such as wind turbines. Maybe that's why I hate wind turbines. I mean, I mostly hate them because they're hideous. Infrasound also occurs naturally, generated, for example, by tectonic or volcanic activity, connective storms, and air-water interactions, such as during upstream. Right? Made it a little bigger there, so it's easier to read. Such as upstream water discharges. Infrasound is also, however, prevalent in urban areas near ventilation systems, air conditioning, low rumbling pipes, traffic and building, power, heating, mechanical systems, etc. Exploratory field recordings also detect low-frequency acoustic energy in infrasound range from similar urban sources in Edmonton, Canada, as well as during musical performances. These are specific studies they're citing there. And what they found in this study in particular is that, so what they did, here's their methods, 36 participants, so a very small sample, were exposed to calming or unsettling music with infrasound, about 18 hertz, or at around 18 hertz, present or absent in a 2x2 subject design, calming versus unsettling, infrasound on and off. So in other words, in one condition, they're playing calming music, and they've got this infrasound, this low frequency background noise going on. Or they were playing unsettling music and had this infrasound going on, or they played the calming or unsettling music with none of the infrasound in the background. That's a 2x2 between subject design. Self-report measures were collected immediately post-exposure, and saliva was collected immediately pre-exposure and around 20 minutes post-onset for cortisol assay. Did their cortisol levels spike? Participants did not detect infrasound above chance. Infrasound was associated with elevated salivary cortisol. Or, in other words, this infrasound stuff spikes your cortisol levels. And higher self-reported irritability, disinterest, and sadness appraisal across both music conditions, with no expectancy effects. Interest, irritability, sadness appraisal, and cortisol were also identified as important predictors of infrasound exposure via random forest modeling. I won't get into that. Without auditory detection nor expectancy effects, infrasound exposure was linked to elevated cortisol and more negative affect, so negative feelings, again, that's things like sadness, disinterest, and irritability in self-reporting. In other words, there is being around just the hum and the buzz of the modern environment, the ambient electrical sounds that are occurring at all times, the ambient sounds of machinery, the ambient sounds of all of these different things that we just take for granted and we kind of tune out. And often at 18 hertz, it's below audible level. You can't hear that kind of stuff even. It's so quiet. It's outside of what you would generally consider to be audible range. And yet, it makes people feel uncomfortable. It gives them a sense of unease, irritability, sadness. Just living in modernity with these low frequency electrical environments going on makes people upset. Like, I don't know how you get around that either, by the way, in terms of how do you fix that? But is this a contributory factor towards the massive increases in rates of, like, let's say, depression that people have been reporting and anxiety that people have been reporting over the last 70 odd years since records started being taken, 80 years at this point? Could it be that as technology has, and specifically electrical stuff, has infiltrated everything, that this is one of the reasons why people feel anxious all of the time? And it would be like, particularly like in abandoned buildings where there's still maybe some electricity flowing through, but it's not insulated well and it's falling apart. It would be particularly exposed to that. It might be a little bit worse. I'm unsure, but it would be like even in an abandoned environment, in a haunted environment, if there's machinery noises or things like that that even are below your ability to actively hear, can make you feel anxious and upset. What do you think about that?
I'm back. Apologies. I was so hungry. I had to go scavenge for something.
Scavenge.
Yeah.
Wow.
But your analysis is probably pretty close. The one thing I'd say is that a lot of things produce low frequency noise,
Yep.
not just modernity, modern tech and machinery.
No, of course not.
I think
yeah.
there's a little bit produced by the human voice, even at that low frequency, because yeah, sub 20 hertz is unhearable by almost everyone.
Yeah, pretty much.
There is some produced by just human voices, and by things that you might find in other ages. But I expect what they mean with the abandoned
Even young
building.
people
I don't know.
Hearing low frequency voices. The abandoned building.
I don't know for sure, but I suspect what they mean by the abandoned buildings is not that there is still energy running through them, but that the fact that there's no sound insulation internally
Maybe
in the
that's
build.
it.
There's nothing to absorb the sound. It's just concrete, and what can penetrate concrete best? Low frequency sounds. I think I may be
because that's
off
how
on
this
that,
was spoken about.
so
by the way, in
all
media
you'd have
articles,
in there is just reverberating low frequency sounds.
That's how this article was spoken about in media coverage of it. Because I just went and read the study. I didn't really read the articles, but they were like, "Oh, this is why abandoned buildings freak people out." And I'm like, and then I tried to piece it back together from what the actual. Because again, I'll like look at a pop science article, and then I'm like, I'm not really interested. No thanks. I'm just gonna go read the paper. So I think that is the hypothesis. Do they say something about abandoned buildings in this specifically?
If you're ever watching a horror movie or like any sort of horror presentation, something that's meant to make you feel scared or uneasy, and if they're not using low frequency noises as sort of a constant, then they're doing something wrong.
And what do you mean? It's difficult to control.
Because it is
the entirety
basically
of sound
a free way. It's a free way to make you feel uneasy using low frequency sound.
Oh, for sure.
So anyone that wants to make you feel uneasy and isn't using low frequency sound is missing a trick.
Well, yeah. So if you're developing a horror game, for example, use low frequency sounds. It will. I mean, it. However, it's sadness specifically. It was sadness and anxiety.
I'm sad I don't have a pizza.
It's not working.
It was actually working a little earlier. You had your phone open. I can see it.
Not working now, is it?
I can tell. Yeah, but it was earlier.
Well, I've recovered.
You have a brief flirtation with not having agency and then decided to do so. This is the crazy thing is that all you're doing is you were obeying me when you thought I wanted pizza, and now you're obeying me when you think I want you to have agency. You've just found a new way to do exactly what you think I want, even if it's different from what I'm saying I want.
No, I genuinely am not going to.
That's exactly it. You're trying to impress me, trying to do what I want you to do by refusing to do what I'm saying I want you to do.
My dude, you are coping hard.
There is a perfect correlation between the two circumstances. And the way you've acted, perfect correlation 1-to-1.
You have developed a post facto rationale to explain why I'm not buying you any fucking more pizzas. One, because you say you don't want them. I have
explained it scientifically with evidence in such a way that lines up perfectly.
And I'm explaining my counter hypothesis, my alternative hypothesis, sir. Is just that I'm not buying you any more fucking pizzas because you told me that it's all like a weird social experiment, so I'm not doing it anymore.
That's okay. So that's exactly my hypothesis.
Yeah, because you said it was a social experiment, so now I'm not doing it.
Right, but the social experiment specifically was to try and get you not to. So it just so happens that in both cases, you're doing exactly what you think I really want.
No, I think you want me to buy you a pizza.
Sheer coincidence.
No, because I think you genuinely want me to buy you a pizza. I'm not buying you a pizza. Jesus Christ. How to make friends. New stream title, how to make friends and get free pizzas. No. I was thinking about it, but then I decided against it because I didn't believe that he was really hungry. Oh, wait,
you have I am actually very hungry. You have some way to go, Aiden, in your quest to resist the urge to buy me pizzas, but you've made some progress.
I've got some. Do you have another thing? Because I've got all kinds of stuff. So
yeah, I've got lots of other stuff.
All right. I have to go grab a drink because I am almost out of my juice, and I will be right back. All right. I'll put your stuff on here.
All right. I'll eagerly await the pizza. All right. You're stuck with me now, chat. Okay, let's see what else we have. What was this story? Oh yeah, we could do that one. What's this one? Yeah, we could do that one. let's do a somewhat smaller one since Aiden's not here for it. We'll do this one. Anyone still gaming on Windows? We've had a story about Linux today, and now we have a story about Windows. Good news, it says, for Windows 11 gamers. I mean, being a Windows 11 user of any kind is already bad news. Microsoft is quietly working on well, not that quietly, working on a major internal plan called K2 to slash bloat, boost performance, and make the OS seriously competitive with Steam OS. I remember about 10 years ago, hell, even about 5 years ago, but especially 10 years ago, it was normal to think if you want to game, you have to use Windows. That's just the standard. Now Microsoft is dedicating a large chunk of time and money to trying to catch up to the operating system that has just eaten their entire lunch when it comes to gaming. Now, Steam is still not actually that prevalent in the desktop market. Most gamers are still using Windows. But the fact that now Linux is, in many cases, if not most, better than Windows for gaming means that they are scared. You got to do something about it. Steam has an OS. They do, yes. Natchez is asking for a pizza. We'll all have pizzas at Aiden's expense. Aiden's buying this round of pizzas. SteamOS is now the official benchmark, it says. Microsoft wants Windows 11 to deliver identical or better gaming performance on the exact same hardware. Dramatically, well, they're going to have to do better than just slop vibe coding it then. Dramatically lower idle RAM usage and a much lighter overall OS footprint. Why not just make this your actual operating system? What a fucking shocker, chat. You force them to optimize their product, and then they make good software. Well, supposedly, that's what they're aiming for. The moment it's like, oh, okay, today we're going to aim to shove unwanted AI into everyone's house via some Copilot or some, screenshot everything you do process running on their computer. What's that? It's not optimized anymore. We're losing the gamers. Oh, shit, what do we do about that? Well, we can't vibe code our way out of this hole. We'll have to actually code properly. Well, I mean, you can actually vibe code optimize code, but it's not not for an Indian. If you got to have a human that's conducting the process and actually knows what they're doing somewhat. But yeah, this is probably actually a good thing. I don't want Microsoft to be particularly successful. They don't really deserve it. But I do want competition in the industry. I do want better software. And if this is what it takes to force Microsoft to stop focusing on giving us unwanted bloatware and instead focus on, oh, I don't know, maybe we should make the software work, then good. Then I will support Microsoft in that adventure into the realms of making good software for the first time in years. Heavy cuts to AI clutter and pre-installed junk, completely rebuilt start menu reportedly up to 60% faster. Again, you could have done this to the main OS, but you only did it when you had to. Which I get, like, that's economic incentives, whatever, but it's not like they couldn't have optimized Windows all this time. They just didn't care enough to do so. A ton of other under-the-hood tweaks, faster file explorer, snappier UI, fewer background processes. It sounds like they're just doing the optimizations they should have already fucking done before they released the operating system in the first place. Welcome back, Hayden. The changes are probably due to Windows to make Windows look better on Project Helix and future handheld Xbox PC hardware. They're even copying the Steam Deck. I didn't even know that. Finally feels like Microsoft is listening to people, it says. No, not really. They just want to take Gabe's lunch now, which is not likely. How did I know that you were back before you said anything or turned on your camera?
How did you know that I was back before I said anything?
Well, I am a wizard.
Yeah, but okay. But how?
Chat, how did I know?
How did you know? Honestly. How did you know I was back?
Nachos is asking you for pizza, by the way.
I highly doubt she is. For herself?
I mean, you can look in chat.
I see, what do you want now? I don't see Nachos asking me to buy you a pizza. I don't see that. Am I missing it?
She did. 10:05.
Oh, Nachos asked for herself to have a pizza. Yes, Nachos, of course you can have a pizza.
Eric, she did not make a noise. No. I can tell because Aiden has chosen deliberately to, instead of share her OBS pop-out window projector to me that just shows what's broadcasting, she's instead sharing the entire OBS window.
So what?
Which means I can see when her mouse moves over something because it has the blue outline when she's hovering over an element in OBS. Okay. So also, I knew her mouse had moved.
The way that we have decided to make ice in this household is we used to buy it for a little bit, which is a huge waste of money and time. So now what we do is we just...
Ice, too political.
So what we do is we just get a big... It was an old ice cream tray, like a real deep one, like a one that you... By the way, it took us a year to get through this tub of ice cream. Now we just fill it with ice, and then what took me so long is I had to go down there and stab at it with an ice pick to you have to, you know, really dig your iceberg
that's
out.
Weird.
Yeah, it is
using weird. A pick or chisel-like structure to separate things that are iced over and stuck together.
Yeah.
That's weird. Hey, Nachos, weird. Didn't you criticize me for doing something like that recently? Something that is commonly done. Typical. Women just cannot into consistency.
You wouldn't have heard a noise from me because I didn't turn my I had my audio blocked both on Discord and on OBS. If you heard a noise, it was from Uzlu. Maybe he tooted.
Why are you speculating about the behavior of my anus?
You know what? That's a good segue. I got a story about that. I got a story about the rings around your anus.
Where?
No, the planet, you freak.
Aiden, how many planets are there?
There's 9.
Wrong. There's at least 9.
There's 9. Yes, I mean there is questions about some of the other ones. Well, you're talking about the one that we believe via Pluto's gravitational pull, planet X or whatever.
No, I'm not talking about that one.
You're talking about whether or not certain
there's different ways that you can
should be categorized.
Potentially,
yeah,
there's different ways that you can define a planet.
Ceres.
And in my opinion, there is no justification to exclude Pluto that wouldn't also apply to the moon.
The moon's not considered a planet, so.
That's what I'm saying. The justification for, like, the way that they exclude the moon but include Pluto is explicitly. It's not descriptively, it's prescriptively.
Well, it's all a bunch of bullshit, essentially.
They're both circular. They both orbit the sun. Yes, one of them also is gravitationally affected by the Earth, but they both orbit the sun. But, like, primarily, the moon orbits the sun. Look at its path. It's around the sun. It's not around the Earth. It's mostly around the sun.
You're in favor of Pluto having been removed, or not?
No, I'm saying Pluto is as much a planet as the Pluto's as much. It should be a planet. There's nothing about it that shouldn't be.
It's gravitationally pulled more by the sun than by any other object.
It is large enough to be naturally circular, which I think is the main important thing.
The spherical nature of Pluto is another thing. Although, again, the moon is more gravitationally pulled by the Earth than it is by the sun directly. Like, that's why it stays in orbit of the Earth.
I'm not sure about that.
If it was pulled more by the sun, it would fall out of Earth's gravitational orbit. It would go.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
It's but there are other by both forces, but
yes, there are other bodies in the solar system which are also
locked with the Earth.
Like Ceres and like I think there's 1 or 2 others, which would also under this classification be considered planets. And I don't see why not. The idea of, well, there has to either be 8 or 9. Why? Why can't there be 12?
I don't have a problem with with more than being labeled as planets. It's no skin off of my nose. I don't know why people are precious about it either way. I think there just needs to be consistent classification for it. Yes. I just want it to be consistent. I don't. If Pluto is or is not a planet, again, no skin off my nose. But I think that if you have to be very precise about these things, and the way that it's currently classified is highly arbitrary. So.
Yeah. Drawing the line before Pluto to exclude it doesn't make sense. There's, as far as I've ever seen, there's no justification for it.
It really seems like they did it literally just to like cause controversy.
Maybe, I don't know. But drawing it feels that way to me. It has to be gravitationally circular. as well as a couple of other qualities, does make sense. And I think honestly, just it being gravitationally circular and then finding some way to classify a moon separately from a planet that actually makes sense.
You showed me that really good video.
Would work.
You showed me that really good video about classifying Pluto
Yes, I think I did.
Or as a not a moon, as a planet or not. You did, yeah.
If you can do those two things, circular and not a moon of another planet, then that's a good enough definition. Because that also includes rogue planets. Because the current definition would not include rogue planets, planets that have escaped their sun's gravity. Those are not planets, according to that definition. Now, if we're talking about like canonical solar system planets, then yeah, rogue planets wouldn't count. But we're not. The definition is for planets. Now, exoplanets also.
Yeah,
they have to.
Yeah, object, yeah.
Match, they fit into this as well. There are loads of asteroids that are big, but not naturally circular. They're not big enough to be naturally circular. So they wouldn't count. Yeah, justice for Pluto, I agree.
Pluto will always be a planet in my heart. And I think Ceres should be one as well, probably. Because its gravitational pull is so huge and it's so...
do you want to know what the best argument
classify Pluto,
for Pluto?
I think you have to classify Ceres. And a couple of those other moons of Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus, Neptune.
Do you want to know what the best argument for Pluto being a planet is?
Mm.
It literally loves us. Yeah, there you go.
I mean...
It's literally showing us a love heart.
Or is that
yes.
wonky Australia?
Nope, it's a love heart.
I think it kind of looks like...
Pluto
that looks like Australia.
Literally loves us.
That looks like Australia to me. That looks like does it not look like Australia to you? It's like
Pluto literally
fat
loves
Australia.
us. You cannot convince me otherwise.
I think it looks like fat Australia.
I think it looks like love. Love is in the air and far higher above. Chat, press 1 if you, like me, are proud to admit that you are in love with Pluto.
I mean, I thought it was ridiculous that they removed it. I don't know. Pluto will always be a planet in my heart, no matter what any organization says.
All right, here's the real picture.
Earth Senpai. Redirect Pluto into Mars and terraform it into a habitable planet. That would be massively complicated. You could just terraform Mars first, I think, before you think about moving Pluto an insane distance somehow without also causing incalculable destruction to all of the gravitational forces of all other objects on its way towards the inner solar system.
Have you heard the notion that it would be easier to put a colony on Venus than on Mars?
I have, yes. I'm not sure how true that is, but I have heard that people speculate it.
Do you know how it could be done?
Sure, go ahead. I don't know.
Like, you've heard of it, so you must have heard something.
No, I don't.
How would they put the colony on Venus?
I'm sure I read about it at some point, but it's been years, so no, I don't remember.
Well, the idea is that you would have, and I'm not actually sure that this is true. It's a fun idea, but I'm not sure it's true. I'm skeptical of this, but it's an interesting idea. You could have a structure, a circular structure filled with warm air, which could be the exhaust of the colony. And then part of the interior of that hollow sphere is the colony. So it's basically a big hot air balloon. You can have a metal shell as well, because the atmosphere is so thick that a metal shell filled with hot air and a colony and a bunch of people will stay afloat in Venus's atmosphere.
A floating colony. Now,
if you fall out the colony, you are the most dead human that there's ever been.
Well, yeah.
However,
also,
don't fall out.
It rains acid in Venus all the time. The outside environment there is extremely...
That's why you get above the clouds.
Okay. All right. If you're above the clouds, then it's a different... So, however... I think that from traditional sort of perspectives, Mars makes more sense. That's very cool as an idea, and I guess theoretically and physically it could work. But Mars, I think, makes more sense out of the two if you're going to terraform anything.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not sure that there's anything on the surface of Mars which is financially worth building a colony there. Now, stay with me here. we should still do it. But if it's not about actually acquiring something when you're there, if it's more about having a base, we should build on Moon first.
Oh, for sure.
The moon
Obviously,
is,
it makes the
is
most sense.
way closer.
Well,
also, there is potentially valuable stuff on the moon, on the surface. I think there's
the
H3.
with Mars is water too, is that it potentially has water. And if it has water, and that seems to be confirmed, they've certainly found ice crystals. So
they have found what seems to be pretty good evidence
Yes.
of water, even biotic evidence now.
Yeah,
it's not confirmed, but it looks pretty good.
It looks good,
but
yeah.
Yes, there is certainly scientific intrigue in the history of Mars and in its potential for a completely synonymous and separate tree of life, which would be fascinating.
And if it's
But
already
that's
got
not what I
water
mean.
on
I
it,
mean,
though, then you are
in
talking
terms
about
of pure financial viability. If that's not a factor for where we put the moon base, we should put it on the moon. But if we're interested in spending that much just to do the science a bit earlier, then Mars does make sense.
I mean, unfortunately,
But
like
we should do the moon first.
we're in a position right now where politically none of this stuff I think is going to happen anytime soon. Geopolitics on Earth will take precedence over spaceflight, despite Elon Musk's many attempts to do otherwise. And I mean, I can't talk too negatively. Right now, there's a Mars expedition going on, so.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if Earth politics will slow it. It may already have been slowed compared to how it could be. It's hard to say, but it is what it is, and yet it seems to be continuing anyway. We'll see.
Yeah.
Space might set us free, or it might just be a distraction.
I mean, the plan to do an expedition to Mars, I think, is in place. So.
Yes.
Which will be interesting to see.
It was either Elon or NASA that said 2030. By 2030, we'll have started a Mars base. Very cool.
Yeah. What I meant when I just be clear when I said that, I think they've got it planned out. So in the next, hopefully 5 years or so, we'll see.
Breaking news: Aiden guarantees that you will be able to go on a touristic expedition to the Mars base in 2030. January the 1st, and Aiden will pay your way.
I only clarify because I'm not even sure they're going to do it. I hope they do. I hope they do. But I think that it's, I think that's important in a way. I do. Well, I've got, let's see, what are next? Okay, what, I thought.
You mean what is next?
I think, no, what are next? Like data, right? Maybe data are next.
What about him?
Well, maybe he is. Okay, I got some stuff. Here we go. Wait, did that work? Didn't. What the heck?
Several members of chat are thanking you for offering them the opportunity to go and do some tourism.
No. Oh, I have the wrong.
How did you manage to open something over my face then?
Because I accidentally opened the wrong thing. Here we go.
They shouldn't have shown up. That's weird.
I have seen people talk about this one for years, which it was a different browser window that I messed up. Which is that I have really bad allergies, right? I took my allergy pill right before we started. I even told you on the call before we started. I took my allergy pill.
You're allergic to agency.
Take my hay fever and allergy medicine every day because I have very bad allergies. And I had a conversation with Spoon in particular, and he said this to me multiple times at this point, where he's like, well, you have bad allergies because you're a shut-in and you never go outside, and you should go outside. And I've heard that, not just from him, but I've heard this notion a lot. So this is from Science News. Ancient DNA tests the notion that our allergies are due to our dirtier past. So some genes passed down over millennia actually reduce
anyone in chat have a dirtier past?
Not like that. Don't be weird about it. Genes for immunity formed in a germ-filled past are often blamed for making our bodies overreact to harmless triggers such as pollen or food, but evolution may not be so one-sided. Some infection-fighting gene variants that spread over the past 10,000 years appear to reduce the risk of asthma and other allergies, not increase it. So it's not that you don't go outside enough, it's the opposite of that, and that's why you have allergies.
What a fantastic excuse to stay inside.
Sure is.
The idea that if you don't go outside enough, you get allergies, there may be some truth to it, but it sure is not consistent. It sure is not the only factor, because I don't go outside and I don't have allergies.
This is from a preprint from April 14th. The findings challenge the long-standing idea that modern allergies are simply the price we pay for immune systems tuned to a dirtier past. That idea is too simplistic, says evolutionary geneticist Will Berry of the University of Cambridge in England, who was not involved in the research, but he just gave a comment. Anyway, the hypothesis developed out of observations that many gene variants that help fight infection are also implicated in autoimmune diseases in which the immune system goes off the rails and mistakenly attacks the body's healthy tissues. But determining when those variants rose in frequency, and thus whether protection of past infections truly came at the cost of greater autoimmune risk today, has been difficult without ancient DNA datasets spanning major transitions in human history. Recently, those datasets have grown large enough for researchers to confidently track genetic changes across the Stone Age, the rise of agriculture, and later periods. For example, a recent analysis of human genomes from 15,000 individuals who lived between 18,000 and 200 years ago identified hundreds of genetic variants shaped by natural selection. Many of those changes were linked to immune function, reinforcing the idea that pathogens became dominant evolutionary forces as people moved into denser societies, which is, again, like, as people start to live closer and closer together, and particularly closer together alongside animals as well, the potential for pathogen exposure, of course, becomes much more pronounced, right? But the study stopped short of showing how these ancient immune adaptations shape disease risk today, leaving the hypothesis about past germs largely untested. To probe it, Harvard geneticist Javier Marval Lopez and colleagues integrated the Nature's Studies ancient DNA datasets with modern genetic studies of disease risk. Clear pattern in the data showed that humans retained and passed on gene variants that helped protect them from tuberculosis, influenza, and intestinal pathogens, and as expected, these same variants also tended to increase risk for developing immune-mediated conditions such as inflammatory bowel disease, and presumably then also other inflammatory conditions such as allergies. But rather than simply making the immune system more reactive of, what the fuck? God damn it. Fucking, I accidentally clicked back on my mouse. Dang it. Okay. Sorry.
You've had a bit of inflammatory bowel today. You've been quite butthurt.
But what? What have I been butthurt about? Nothing. He doesn't even have anything. He's just lying. Rather than making the immune system more reactive overall, evolution appears to have fine-tuned different parts of it in different ways. As the researchers found, many genetic changes that rose in frequency after the advent of agriculture appear to have strengthened the body's first lines of defense, especially in tissues that come into direct contact with microbes, such as lung and gut, helping block or clear infections more effectively. At the same time, some changes reduce the activity of signaling molecules closely linked to allergic inflammation, helping to curb overreactions to harmless substances. And that's what allergies are, is an overreaction to a harmless substance, right? Together, the authors contend these shifts could help explain how even in a world teeming with microbes, natural selection favored genes that conferred protection against infection while also lowering the risk of asthma and other allergic diseases. That conclusion and the research upon which it is based has yet to be peer-reviewed. So this will be interesting. It would actually be that it's not that you don't go outside enough necessarily. It's that you're genetically predisposed to these things, essentially. Which makes sense.
That's not surprising. There's a lot of things that are genetic tendencies.
Of course.
It wouldn't be surprising that this one, this one is too. It's actually not about the old wives' tale explanation.
Yes. Although oftentimes old wives' tales have a grain of truth to them, but it would seem that you are just genetically predisposed to allergies, whatever the how you do in your personal life. And because this was related to allergies, which is often, it gives me at least, sniffles, and because we talked about smells last week, scientists have created the first detailed smell map of odor sensors in the mouse nose in particular. Sniff some surprising discoveries. I don't really want to go over this too much.
Where's
but
the nose?
What?
Is it this bit?
I'm probably, I suppose, on the mouse. Yeah, I guess that's where it is. So they've been able to create a map of the mouse's brain and see where it lights up in responses to different smells.
Ooh, brilliant new horse bouncing map.
You want to use the mouse smell brain as the horse
Malcatello, where are you?
The mouse smell, the olfactory mouse brain as a map to Juan spawns. Basically the vibe is, I hate that. Things are super random. You can't make any predictions. No real spatial structure to the nose, neurobiologist at Harvard told the New York Times. Now, 2 studies published in April in The Cell describe a highly organized smell or olfactory system in mice, allowing researchers to start putting order to chaos. In one, data Data, his name is D-A-T-T-A, and colleagues mapped more than 1.1 thousand types of odor receptors, proteins attuned to certain scents in the animal's nose, and other identified similar map. In other words, they've been able, like, the headline is the cool part. They've mapped the mouse smell brain. They'll map the human smell brain soon, too, I'm sure. What do you got, sir?
And that's what the data are.
That's what that's what he is. There he is. Professor Data. There he is.
Mm-hmm.
And his
I'm
colleagues.
sure he and his family is lovely.
He and his colleagues. They mapped
he and his
odor
colleagues
receptors.
is lovely.
He and his colleagues, I'm sure, are lovely. They mapped these mouse odor receptors. What you got next, sir? Can you outbeat?
You're determined to talk over every single instance of me trolling you. It's not going to last, Aiden.
What do you mean by this? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you could even be possibly referring to. Chat, do you know what the hell he's talking about? Because I'm lost. I think he's just making stuff up again. Fibbing.
Aiden, have you ever felt broken recently, like you can't keep up with everything you're being asked to do?
Yes, honestly. If I'm
Well,
being
so
real.
has the iPhone keyboard, apparently.
Oh no.
Anyone in chat use Apple phones? Shame yourselves. Come on, shame yourselves. A combination of technical bugs and major software shifts has made the iPhone keyboard feel broken lately. Specifically, in recent updates like iOS 26, users have documented a frustrating bug where you can clearly see your finger hit the correct key, say U, but the phone inexplicably registers a completely different nearby letter like J or H. Man, that would suck.
Oh my god, Apple's, Jesus, you can't even get the most basic shit right, dude. That would drive me insane, by the way. I'd lose my mind.
Worse.
I'd lose my mind.
This is often paired with input lag, where the software misses characters entirely if you type too quickly, leaving autocorrect with a jumbled mess of letters it can't possibly fix.
Glad I have an Android.
This is Keyboards 101.
Yeah.
Literally, it is the first feature beyond just, does it receive my input, that you got to get right. You got to have a queue. Now, the reason I'm covering this, it's a relatively small story, but the reason I'm covering this is this stinks of vibe coding to me.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's something that a human who knows what he's doing would never get wrong.
Well, yeah.
But an AI would accidentally get wrong easily.
For sure. Well, because it obviously doesn't have the human sensory input, so it's just kind of guessing, I suppose. It's kind of like, well, this doesn't need to be that accurate. Where clearly it does. This is something that needs to be... Like, that you have to get right. Otherwise, the phone is functionally unusable for many of its primary functions. You can't type. What are you going to do with it? I guess you can
Fun fact.
talk into it.
On, in my opinion, there is only one good phone keyboard. It's not the Apple one. It never was. It's not the default Android one. It is specifically SwiftKey. And there may be others that have come along that are similar. And SwiftKey is a Microsoft product, so I'm loath to recommend it. But I'm not sure it always was.
Every once in a while,
the core might have been
Microsoft
designed by someone else.
does some okay. They actually do put out some okay stuff from time
Every
to
now
time.
and again, yes. But and I don't use it for most of its features. I don't use the swiping, sliding input, and it's been the best for at least like 6-7 years that I've been using it. What it does is, and how I use it is, you can type just near to the letters, and then it gives you a prediction.
Yeah.
Apple does the same thing, although in this case, it shouldn't really matter if it hits the wrong key as long as it's nearby, but I guess it does. But people have observed when I type that what I type is almost looks like gibberish because I keep missing the key. Because it's a small key. I have a small phone. I prefer a small phone. But I don't really mind about just missing it because the prediction engine's good enough to look at the nearby keys and figure out what word you mean. That's SwiftKey's good at that. And then the trick is, don't press space to enter your word. Because if you press space, you're looking at the space bar, not at the prediction. Click the prediction every time, because then you have to look at it, which means that if it's wrong, you will see it and clear it and do it again, which means that you never have to worry about autocorrect messing things up. The only times I ever miss autocorrection getting things wrong is if I press enter really quickly or if the words are very, very similar to each other.
The thing that pisses me off about it is that sometimes if I've typed a word wrong before, it will suggest the wrong spelling. That's infuriating.
You can, on SwiftKey, for example, you long press the prediction, you can remove it.
I'm sure you can. The other thing that's more frustrating to me is that more complicated words, jargon words and stuff, or even just I would say above a high school level English, it just automatically wants to change those words into something else. Even if
I
they're
haven't
correctly,
found that.
even if they're correctly spelled, a lot of times, what was one it always gets wrong? Psychological reactance. If I say reactance, it's like no, that reactance isn't a word. Like, yeah, it is. That's just one I've noticed. There's always.
Well, you just said that if you spell something wrong, it'll suggest that next time. Well, that's how you add a word.
Oh no, it never
by
updates
typing
itself.
it.
I have never found it to update itself with the correct spelling of
I
words.
have
Ever.
found my keyboard does that quite well.
Not on Android, at least. No, it doesn't. It will, and it's the worst.
You don't use SwiftKey though, do you?
No, I just use the default. But
The default
I
one's not very
fucking
good.
can't stand it. Ugh. It will suggest
Get SwiftKey.
wrong spellings, and then it will suggest like try to override my correct spellings of things. And also, its grammar is wrong.
I recommend SwiftKey, but I have a quite specific configuration. I have some features turned off and some features.
I was gonna say I don't type enough on my phone, but I do. A lot of times I'll like wake up like I'm a typical millennial in that I will wake up, I check my phone, I like doom scroll for a minute. Sometimes I'll look at stuff and I'll get like pissed off and I'll write like an essay. That's pretty much what I do. Or occasionally right before I go to sleep, I'll do the same thing. I'll write a little essay, and it's always infuriating. It's never like just a random essay. It's always like I've had a deep thought while I was sleeping or over the course of the day that I think is important. It's like I cite stuff, research, well, you know the kind of autism I have. But anyway.
Alas, I do. It goes on. Beyond these bugs, Apple has completely rebuilt the brain of the keyboard using a transformer language model, the same type of technology that powers modern AI like ChatGPT. Now, many of you have heard the notion that AI is basically just a big autocorrect like your phone keyboard does. Well, now it's the other way around. What they've probably done here is it's not that they have changed categorically from, oh, it's just a keyboard model to they've just put the slop directly in the keyboard. It's not going to be quite that simple. They'll have made the autocorrect model bigger, maybe changed its architecture. I don't know if it's technically a transformer model by default, but they would have changed its architecture a bit to maybe a model that's like, instead of a few hundred or a few thousand parameters, which I'm assuming they usually use, maybe a few million or a few tens of millions, just because the phone is more powerful these days, so it can afford to do that quickly enough. That would be fine. That would be okay. It would be a tiny bit slower, but they probably would have tuned it so that it's not noticeably slower. That would be okay. It would give you slightly better predictions. Not sure it's worth it, but that part I don't really have a problem with. Oh, sorry, that's off the screen for you. Because Aiden can't line things up correctly on it's actually fine. I have a square browser window deliberately in the space on the screen.
I think if I moved it anywhere else, it would get too much of your.
Leave it.
I can already see your hand in the corner.
Leave it. So. It's fine. What I'm doing is I'm just sharing my usual OBS setup to Aiden.
Spaces, yeah. So
the way I am on my stream, I don't have the overlay thing. I keep it way simpler. So I just have me and the thing I'm showing overlaid on each other.
And I just have it split.
Did you know, chat? I also stream.
He does.
And you can find my streams at the link that I hope is in the description.
It should be. Otherwise, it's cuck.shortfatotaku.com. Or is it?
Yeah, that's for the.
That goes to Discord.
That's for the Discord server. The YouTube channel is Risky Wizard, which you should be able to find just by searching it.
Send me a link for that because I don't think it's in the description. Or I can just get it.
I will send you a link for it.
Okay. I don't think it is.
It is. Yeah. And
that. And that way going forward, if it wasn't, which I don't think it is in the stream today, it will be going forward.
The best way to interact with my streams is through Discord, but YouTube, obviously, most people would prefer to watch it. So that's where my streams are. I also have recently procured, with my great grace and graciousness, the assistance of Treebeard to make clips. And there's a couple already uploaded.
Nice, yes.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And I do like my thumbnails. Okay, so where was I? This new system is designed to look at your entire sentence for context rather than just checking individual words. They already do that. If you type in a few words, it will give you, and then try it again with a few other words, but the last one is the same in both cases. The predictions should be different. if the words before the most recent one are different, the prediction should be different. So that's not new. I don't know if that's the case on Apple. Maybe that is new on Apple, but it's not new as far as I've seen. It says it may aggressively swap a correctly spelled word for what it thinks you should have said based on the grammar of the whole sentence. Now that depends. If it's still close to what you had typed, that could make sense. But if it's actually giving you editorial advice on how to write, not just grammatically, but in terms of like structuring your sentence or anything beyond the basics, then it probably is going too far. And maybe it is. Maybe it is going there. Or learn your common typos so well that it starts suggesting them as the right choice.
Yeah.
That is not a criticism. It thinks you are telling it, no, this is a word.
Except for I found that if you type it wrong once, it will just be like that forever.
Yeah, because it knows that that's a word that you use. You specifically, it knows something about you that's different from everyone else. So it thinks, oh, he's typing that word he likes.
But I've only
just remove
even
it.
if you only just type it once,
just remove
it's so infuriating that it will keep
just
trying
to.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do know how to do it, but notification. I did not send a notification on a ton of old. I think I did on Broken Crown. We were running a little bit late, so I may have forgotten to send one on Broken Crown. Sorry, Wisp. Or I may have forgotten. Whatever. I think I did forget to send one on a ton of old, but I did send one on Broken Crown.
Hello, Wisp. Good news. I'm here. My channel, by the way. I found out that I actually have enough watch hours to be monetized, which that would be a novelty. Me being monetized on YouTube.
Appeal for monetization.
But I don't have the subscribers yet. You need 1,000 subscribers, and I have 470 on that account. I've never actually like tried to boost it or get it famous or networking anything. I've never done that.
They make proper videos.
But I'm going to start trying a little bit more and see if I can get to 1,000 subscribers.
I mean, Uzlo, like, how big was your channel before it got yeeted?
It's got to 20K within less than a year.
No, I mean your original one. How big was that one?
Yeah, 20K.
Okay, yeah. I thought it was more than that, but yeah, still.
No, it was 20K. But it felt to me and a lot of other creators around that time that we were being throttled artificially. Yeah. Our growth just stopped. Sargon noted this. A lot of other people did as well.
I mean, YouTube's
I
always
feel like if not for that,
I
could have gone a lot further than 20K because I was growing fast and it just stopped at 20K.
Yeah. I mean, my stuff got absolutely just stopped at 142,000, and it just would not move from that point. Or about 138 is where it really started to stop, and then it took me years to get up to 142. And now with YouTube's new thing where it removes dead subscribers, every time I upload anything, I lose 10, 20, up to most like 50 subs. Anytime I upload anything, even a short, I'll lose like 10 subs just because it's purging old people. And so like it's as a creator, it is like heartbreaking and frustrating to watch that every time you upload before anyone could ever watch it. So like, because it happens instantaneously, and then the first thing you see is you've lost 50 subs from uploading this, which it very rarely has been that much. But when that happens every time you upload over the course of a couple years, first of all, it makes YouTube just say your channel's shit, because wow, everything you upload causes people to unsubscribe, even though it's YouTube doing it. Dude, YouTube's so fucked. Is anyone surprised that an Indian can't run things correctly?
Not
just
particularly.
Saying.
Sorry, you didn't upload it properly. So the commenter here is, and I hate to do this because this is going to be a bit controversial, but there are valid criticisms and concerns about AI. There are, but people do, I think, sometimes take it too far. They get a bit hyped over hating on it and assume that its involvement with something will make that something bad. Now, what they're talking about here they've got two sections here.
In terms of YouTube
the first section is,
sure does. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many examples as to how it's a bad.
That's not what I mean, and also it's hard to tell where the AI is there.
I know, but
it's hard to tell.
I'm saying that's why people have.
I do get you.
That's why people have that.
But on this story,
intuition towards it, right?
It's one of the reasons. On this story, the second section here is all about the issues introduced by the AI, but these are illusory. These are issues that would exist with a smaller model, which is what they use for predictions anyway, and they are I mean, some of them are not issues relating to the AI. This one is normal. It's a normal feature, and it's a good feature usually. It's just when it does it the way you don't want it to, but it can't tell.
Yeah, I know.
So this second half is all just it's bashing the software for its involvement with AI when the AI is not the problem. Now, maybe the AI is misconfigured, but that doesn't mean that the AI being there is the problem. I think he's jumping on a bandwagon here of hating on AI. As far as I can tell, there's no issue with the AI in the Apple keyboard. From what he said here, doesn't do any issue at all. However, this shit is basic programming.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And that is also an invective against AI. You still need quality programmers.
Yeah.
I say, being one, supposedly, but like you do still need them, even just to overlook what the AI does.
But that's the whole problem that YouTube's run into, and that's not just YouTube. It's so many companies have massively invested in AI, thinking that like it's going to be able to replace people now. So they start firing people. They dumped enormous amounts of money into AI, start laying off all of their staff, and then are stuck there going, "Oh no, the AI cannot replace people at all." And have to figure out what to do with it because they're so but now it's a a sunken cost fallacy where they've already put so much money into it. There's no way they're going to reverse course. They just have to wait now for the AI to catch up to where they thought it already was, and that could take
sort
years.
of the nature of big speculations like this, and it does make sense to have pushed into it. I'm not necessarily against the way the market has gone. Maybe a bit excessive.
I am to the
but
excess
it's also a matter
has,
of international. It's also a matter of international competition. If the West hadn't have done this, China would be a long way ahead. Well, maybe.
Well,
I'm
no,
not necessarily
I
sure.
think it'd be great
May
if
have
China
matched
were a
pace.
long way ahead of where we are in it. They had all kinds of failing infrastructure because they've dedicated all their shit to AI, the way that the West has done.
I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, I would love for
I don't think
China
that'd be better.
to have similarly crippled itself.
It would be
in the way
such
that...
a huge advantage. Like if they find
not
a way to
currently.
no, but it will be. Any advantage, any technology that can be used for something, you have to go through a period of difficult integration before you get to the real gains.
Well,
and
sure.
the difficult integration has been the hundreds upon hundreds of billions that have been spent on AI, on like speculating that it'll be good. And there will be a slump. I don't think it's a bubble because it does have value. It's sort of a partial bubble. There will be a slump in spending, followed by a gradual increase back up again as people instrumentalize it properly and actually integrate it into stuff in a way that's good and make it more efficient so it can be used in more places more easily. That's going to be that's where the real gains are going to come from. But we're pretty close to hitting that slump now. We're pretty close to hitting that slump, I think.
I'm not sure. Again, like, I've had a very bad recent experience with AI, and it's not just me, it's 42,000 other people. Now, a lot of these probably are AI slop channels, by the way. But I know for a fact a whole hell of a lot of them aren't. I know that...
I agree with your reasoning that it's likely to be AI, but we don't know for sure it's AI that did that.
Oh, it's clearly AI. I showed you a hallucination in an email just earlier.
I don't think that was a hallucination. I think it's likely that AI was involved in that decision. As you said, it was on a Saturday, but I don't think we know.
They got me on a Saturday, which means it was definitely not anyone on YouTube who made the decision. Now, mine did get overturned. Okay. Mine did get overturned fairly quickly. However, there's real people like, again, Drunk 3PO has been removed from the monetization program for like 2 weeks now, and he's very much a real person. And I don't know, I really don't understand what's going on with YouTube. It seems that, I think I do know. Again, I think the real reason why is because they just want to remove a bunch of people that don't make a ton of money, that make moderate amounts of money. They want to remove them all from the partner program. Keep that money for themselves, of course, so that they can post about their profits, to increase their value to shareholders, get more people to buy YouTube stock. Say, look at what we're up 11% this month. This month we're up 11%. Just interestingly coinciding with the massive removal of people from the partner program as we keep their money in escrow, and basically allow ourselves to keep it in perpetuity. No,
by the way, I think
it will take a class action lawsuit to get that money back for some people. By the way,
it might be that. I think for one thing, minor point, but I think escrow is not a general descriptive term. I think it's a specific kind of holding account. I don't think they're using that. They're just keeping it for themselves in AdSense. It's not actually escrow.
No, they use the term in escrow to me.
Okay, fair enough.
So they use
Okay,
the term escrow, and specifically though,
Okay,
when
that's
when you start to look into the details, it's like if your account doesn't get remonetized in the interim period before you can reapply in 90 days, then they just keep your money.
Yeah, you explained this earlier.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
that is predatory and insane.
The reason they're doing it is probably it could be what you said. No, it could be what you said, which would be very malicious and very predatory, as you say. It could be that.
YouTube is,
but I think
malicious and predatory.
just I think it's just as likely, if not more likely, that they are trying to target the specific kind of channels they are saying they're trying to target, which are getting monetized, even though the content
like real
is
people
not being
running
produced.
a podcast?
No, it's exactly not what I mean. Listen to what I mean rather than what you want
But that is
me to be talking
that's
about.
what happens in practice.
Yes, it's what happened because it's a false positive. Do you know how much data they have to deal with, Aiden? There's going to be false positive, and they're desperate constantly. They're constantly on the edge. They're constantly having to deal with massively more data than they could ever sensibly deal with. So I'm not trying to defend, I'm not saying they're always virtuous, but very often I have found that people speculate that there is way more malice involved than is necessarily there. And it is very much plausible for me. Every time I've seen this, there might be, but it's not necessary to explain this.
I think there is.
Every time I've seen, well, not every time, but many times I've seen people speculate that YouTube is acting maliciously, there has been another explanation, which is monetary, involves maybe some negligence, maybe a little bit of malice.
Exactly.
Certainly with politics, there has been malice.
Money. Yeah.
Nope, not it. Could you put down your bias for a few moments, Aiden, and listen to what I'm actually saying?
Okay. Sorry.
So you be a scientist for a second.
What am I scientists
like with the adpocalypse, people were asserting that it was YouTube's malice, but it wasn't. It was pressure from outside. YouTube didn't have much of a choice. They were doing their best to deal with it. I don't think they want to piss off creators, even if it would get them a small bump in profits.
At this point,
they don't want
think
to,
they actively enjoy it.
Aiden, listen to what I'm actually saying.
Okay.
They don't want to piss off creators. They may want to take money from them. That's a different matter, but they don't want to piss them off. They're somewhat careful about that.
Those things are synonymous.
They can be, but there is not.
If you take money from someone, you are going to piss them off.
It depends on why. And also, they don't mind pissing off people that are not, quote, creators, the exact kind of person that they say they're targeting in this latest attack that hit you as well, and some other creators as well. But the 42,000 that got hit, we don't know how many of those were legitimate targets.
I can tell you,
not all of them.
Myself?
But we don't. Yes, we have 1, 2, 3 samples. Great. 42,000, Aiden. Calm down for a second and listen to the actual information.
I'm saying that people I know.
The actual speculation. Yes, there are false positives. I already said that. There's lots of false positives, but how many of them are true positives that they got? How many of those?
Well, I can tell you this.
What percentage of those 42,000 are true positives? If it's 90% were true positives, speculatively, if it was 90%, are just AI slop channels that are shitting up the platform and costing loads of extra data and are being paid for it, then YouTube doing what they did, I'm not saying it's good, but I can see from their perspective, in their desperation with the amount of data they're dealing with, why they would do it. It would save them a lot of money that they shouldn't be paying out. And they can deal with the false positives after they get the attention because they're real people.
According to
that strategy makes more sense to me.
According to Flash, who has internal connections at YouTube, they know that there's a ton of false positives. And their current plan is to do as little about it as possible and just hope they shut up. They don't care.
Yeah.
Obviously. So they're just, and yes, it's actually as Gally as the Yoda says in the chat, it could be both. They are targeting AI channels. Actually, very curiously, when you look at that, the message they sent that guy I brought up at the beginning of the stream, it would seem that only AI would actually be able to meet those criteria. No 3-act structure. It would be one of the things that could do it. No 3-act structure, no hook, no editing. So like just random images appearing on the screen, that kind of stuff. That seems like what AI could do. And that appears to be
live action video.
Yeah, or unedited live video would be the things that they seem
not
to be
necessarily unedited even.
No, they say no transitions. No text. No transitions, no text. So
they didn't say no transitions. They said that that's one of the indicators.
Well,
but,
I would take
very
that as
well
don't
might
use
be
them,
no, not necessarily. It
Like
very well might
don't
be
use
that
a
a lot
fade.
of very
That might-
standard, uniform,
no,
formulaic
I'm gonna use
transitions and video effects.
Oh, there's a fade. you know.
It may be that a lot of very formulaic video transitions and effects, not like a fade, but like some that would be included in like common video generation software, something that you can script. That kind of thing may be more indicative, maybe more common. Them releasing what you should avoid doing is just going to help the slop channels, to be honest. And they didn't have to say that. Now, they certainly haven't done it entirely right. Even if I'm defending them partially here, they certainly have not done it all right.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there are lots of channels that you know of that were hit as a false positive and have not been restored. They restored Broken Crown, but there was a lot of hype around that because you talked about it and a lot of people picked up on it. So they may have just been doing it because there was hype.
I do believe they restored Sugar Tits as well, actually. I think they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I could see the argument that there's too many people to review when there's false positives for them to do it quickly, and
they don't care.
If you have a team, well, maybe they don't. But the whole point of this exercise is we're speculating along different lines that are not as malicious or apathetic.
Why would you ever not assume malice
if you
with
have,
YouTube? They've
because
proven themselves to be malicious
because I'm a rational human being, Aiden.
But you should. But as a rational human being, you have to learn from prior evidence. And prior evidence shows that
prior evidence is biased
malicious.
by this same approach. As I said, I've been seeing this for years, where people over-assume bias when they don't really know what's going on internally at YouTube. And
well, I'm not assuming there's a political bent to this, by the way, which a lot of people are.
I'm not assuming either. I'm not assuming that you are. I'm not assuming that you are. That is, by the way, the biggest problem that YouTube has had is when there was a political motivation for their censorship.
Yes.
That happened to hit me.
And you know that they did have that. And they got you.
Exactly. Yes. So that one does appear to have been real. Even then, they were pressured by it, pressured to do so to some extent, but they were willing to go along with it. Like, they're a very leftist company. They were willing to go along with it, but they were also pressured to do it. They may not have done it if not for that pressure, but they may still have done. But with stuff that is more purely monetary, like this, I am much more skeptical that they're doing it maliciously or so that they can suddenly, like, if you say, if you cut the earnings from a bunch of creators and then you say, our earnings are up 11%, you could be sued for fraud on a massive scale because that's not earnings. You're just not paying people. You fired a bunch of people. You can't just say your earnings have gone up because you fired a bunch of employees. I mean, it's at least misleading, if not straight up fraudulent.
They fired half
and I don't think they want to risk that.
Yeah. They fired half their staff and basically their entire creator support department over the past couple of years. So
well, they've been doing that because they're desperate.
No, because they've replaced them with AI.
Because they're desperate.
Why are they desperate?
It's both. It's because they are not making very much money and because they have so much data coming in. The problem was bad even before AI.
So then they steal,
but with AI, it's so much worse.
So then they steal 42,000 creators' income and then happily report.
How many of those people were creators, Aiden? I mean, don't know.
I mean, they stole $700 from me.
Yeah, one creator. How many of those 42,000 people are real creators? How many of them?
I can't give you an exact number.
No one in the world knows.
I can tell
but
you
YouTube knows
that I know personally
a lot of them. It doesn't matter. I know, but that doesn't matter. We're talking about 42,000 here. We're talking about big data, big numbers. How many of them were slop channels that shouldn't exist? No one knows, not even YouTube. So from their perspective, again, I'm not defending them completely. There's definitely some criticisms to be made. But from their perspective, I do understand the notion of just, look, we have to do something about them. We can't do it manually. You cannot do it manually with that much data. You have to use heuristics. Now, they could use algorithms, and they've already got loads of those running, but AI is very well suited to what they needed to do here, but they can't be too precise or they'll never get through the workload. If you have more slop coming in than you're clearing, you are fucked. They have to clear it. And if what they're going to do for that goal is clear a lot with some false positives in the dragnet, and then we'll unban the false positives when we can. Yes,
I don't think anyone deserves to have their money stolen from them because YouTube is too fucking lazy to hire real people to do this job. Too lazy.
They can't afford it. They can't afford it. If they did that, you wouldn't get paid.
After they stole everyone's money.
That is to impress the stockholders. I doubt they can afford to do it properly. Like, the number of people that you'd have to hire to do the work that the algorithms and the AI can do in filtering the content, it would be staggering. It would be so much more expensive and it would be untenable. You know, it seems likely that it would be financially untenable to do it with people, because the amount of content that I think it's something like it's coming in at 180,000 times the rate that you could watch it live. And that was like 5-6 years ago. I think it's more than that now, especially with AI. With algorithmic generated content before AI, it was much easier to tell the difference. With AI, it's much harder. So their problem just got worse since AI came in. Now they're using AI themselves to deal with it.
Again,
but it's
they
not
love
that
AI.
accurate.
They embrace AI. They even tell creators to use AI. In fact, one of the things
one
of the things
AI
they
is
said
just a
recently,
tool.
it is a tool. One of the things that they have said, for example, okay, I'm going to show you this because this one actually upset me. In that it is not just me in this sense. I found this guy because I brought this, or I was going to bring this up earlier, but it's like now that I'm in this ecosystem on Twitter, I get shown all of this stuff constantly about people being demonetized, people being removed from the partner program, very seemingly at random. Where did I retweeted him? Where is he? I retweet. Oh no, it's not in bookmarks. It's in retweets. This guy, he doesn't speak English as a first language, right? But he's making scientific content. I took a look at his channel. It's a little like sloppy, I would say, but he's trying to make it for a broad audience. But this guy got hit, and I really like this kind of stuff. Yeah, here we go. This guy got hit.
I'm the biochemist behind the YouTube channel Senior Insights, where I break down clinical research and complex topics for my older audience. Recently, my channel got demonetized for
false positive as well. So best of luck to him getting it back.
I mean, but this guy doesn't speak English, so YouTube said, "Hey, if you don't speak English, use AI, use our AI to dub over your stuff in English." And this guy got hit because of that. Is that how is that fair?
I'm not
how is this in any way okay?
I didn't say it was fair. I didn't say it was fair. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I didn't say it was fair. They can't meet the standard of fair.
Check him out, Senior
There is
Insights.
too much. There is too much data for them to meet the standard of fair. And someone in chat said, people are just statistics on a spreadsheet. If they had some decency, they would be honest that they are trying to deal with something huge and can't avoid collateral. That would make them look weak, which would reduce investment, which would reduce the amount they can pay their creators, which would mean they have to do this more.
In reality, YouTube wants an entirely AI creator base. They don't want any real people creating on this website so that they don't have to pay them anything.
They want quality content.
No, they want AI slop.
They want content that will earn them money, ultimately. And if that comes entirely from AI, I'm sure they wouldn't mind. But right now it can't. So, and if they're encouraging people to use AI, it is, again, as you've said, a tool. It can be used well, but it can also be used badly. And they're trying to remove the low quality stuff. Yes, they're trying to remove the low quality stuff, and they're getting it wrong.
And you know what happens when you start to define quality?
You could never define an algorithm that would accurately assess that.
No,
it would take a lifetime.
And what I'm bringing up to you, though, is the important part. You have specifically and continually used the word quality. If YouTube is determining quality, does that mean that YouTube is protected under Section 230 as a publisher?
Now that's a different and interesting point. It's orthogonal to everything I've said. Because you can do everything I've just said.
If YouTube wants to remove...
Not the exact way that they're doing it probably does violate that Section 230 protections, yes. But you can do everything I just said without violating it.
Essentially
you just have to do it in a slightly different way from how YouTube has done it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a different but interesting point. I do agree with you that they could have violated that here.
I think
Simply Green says, so don't curate. Do you have any idea how much data they have to use to have stuff stored on their platform? They must delete the useless data.
There's thousands of hours uploaded every minute. I know that. At the same time, if this is the line of reasoning they're going to go under, which is that we are adjusting for quality, you are no longer a publisher, or you're no longer a platform, you're now a publisher, which means that you are no longer subject to Section 230 protections. And in that sense, fuck you, YouTube. I hope you do lose your Section 230 protections. Bye. I really hope you do. It would be great.
You may be a little emotional about this story.
No, I genuinely hope they lose their Section 230 protections. They deserve to. At this point, after they banned you, how do you not also want them to lose their Section 230 protections when they do not act as a platform and they act as a publisher? If you're going to act as a publisher, you shouldn't have the protection.
I don't really have a strong position on what I prefer to happen there. What I can say is that it would be a dangerous precedent that if you were to say that filtering for quality means that you lose your Section 230 protections, then companies would have no way to reduce spam.
Well, quality is subjective.
But companies would have no way to reduce spam on their platforms, which would make video hosting platforms much less plausible. Much less plausible.
Yeah,
so
but
if we want them to exist, there has to be some line
in
drawn.
mass.
And if your standard is they have to get the filtering right every time, there have to be no false positives, no real people banned, then that's also probably impossible to meet in practice with the amount of data they have to supply. So at some point, the Section 230 protections.
With this discussion, because no one likes
the Section 230
YouTubers
protections
talk about YouTube.
Fair enough. We can move on. But the Section 230 protections have to be, if they're purely principled, purely as written, purely as is, quote, right, it will hurt the market greatly. Unfortunately, that is the trade-off. It has to be somewhat pragmatic. If you applied them rigorously to YouTube, you could not have a YouTube-like service, probably. Or it would be very different. It would have to be subscription-based to use it at all. Some people would be okay with that. Many people would not be.
I have some space research stuff. I think that people, again, hate talking about this kind of thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let's move on to another topic. I brought this up earlier, but they have found that the rings around your anus are a bit strange.
Well, I'll say.
Where is this? There it is. Okay. Rings of Uranus are even stranger than we thought. The rings of Uranus are stronger than we thought.
Uranus, she says. Coward!
I already said it like 3 times. Uranus's outermost 2 rings are surprisingly dissimilar, which opens up a mystery about tiny moons and moonlets that form them. I literally pulled this. Oh no, what the fuck? I had this whole article brought up. Hang on a second. And now it's trying to make me pay for it. It had no problem with it earlier. I hate when
maybe it got a lot of traffic, so they decided to make it premium.
Hang on. Whoa.
Maybe it's automatic. You might want to You might want to nudge in OBS the browser, nudge it a little over to the right because you can't. There's not too much of a gap on the left, so you can't really see the text.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Well done.
Okay, from the New Scientist, rings of Uranus are stranger than we thought. How do I get this to go away? Oh, there you go. Okay. Wow, that was easy. Remove paywall. There you go. .com.
That extension's actually never worked for me, but I'm glad it worked for you. Well done.
It's a bit hit or miss. I bet they never miss, huh? Sorry.
Oh yeah, we'll just rename Uranus to Eurectum. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. They found that the sorry. The fuck? Oh, it's weird, right? Okay, this one. The rings that encircle Uranus may look similar in images, but their compositions are surprisingly different. I literally only brought this up so I could make anus jokes. Understand that rings could help us unravel the mysteries of this strange dynamic system. The outer rings of Uranus, the mu and nu rings, are so faint, and the whole system so distant that it's difficult to observe them in any detail. Ingrid de Pater at the University of California, Berkeley, and her colleagues combined nearly 2 decades of data from the Keck telescope.
Ha! Meme magic.
It's already a study. It's already a thing about the rings around Uranus, and then it was studied by the Keck telescope.
Haven't we had 2 other independent mentions of frogs this stream?
And Keck, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so. Oh. In Hawaii, spelled that way, the Hubble Space Telescope.
Fucking weeb!
Look at how they spelled it.
It's not Hawaii. Pronounced like the word kawaii, you stupid weeb.
Look at how they've spelled it with an apostrophe. How do you
castigate this Jap sympathizer right now?
How else would you pronounce that? Look, they put an apostrophe in it. How would you pronounce that fucking word then?
Not with the glottal stop.
Hawaii.
That might be the wrong term, but there's a difference in the intonation. It's not a glottal stop, no, but it's something. It's something different.
The Hubble Space Telescope
versus
and
Hawaii.
The James Webb Telescope
there's a gap there.
Got a better look at the rings of Uranus. They found that the Mu ring, which is the outermost one, looked very blue. And the light shining off it indicated that it's made of tiny grains of ice. The new ring, on the other hand, appears red. Oh, that's very bad. And it's rich in dust and relative complex organic molecules called tholins. The particles that make up the Mu ring probably come from a small Uranian moon called Mab. Oh yeah, like the queen of the fairies. This indicates that Mab is icy. That Mab is icy, not rocky like the other moons that orbit near it, but it is unclear exactly how those tiny bits of ice got removed by from Mab, so that they could become a ring, gravitational forces, or asteroids, perhaps. Shooting into it.
There's other things that could be the explanation. I think they're saying they don't know why.
Yeah. In some ways,
Hawaii Desu.
Yeah. In some ways, the situation is similar to Saturn's E ring, which is supplied by the frozen moons of Enceladus. But Enceladus spews water from its buried ocean in huge plumes, and that's probably.
I think it's pronounced enchiladas.
Is that how you pronounce that? Not Enceladus?
Enchiladas.
It's not. I've been saying it wrong all this time. Enchiladas spew water from its buried. This is talking about Uranus's rings. This is now like bringing up additional poo imagery that I'm not.
Don't put the enchiladas near Uranus.
Well, it make you spew water from your buried ocean in huge plumes.
There's definitely something wrong if you're spewing water from Uranus.
In huge plumes. Mab, which is only at 10 kilometers across. Tiny, tiny. We don't think the plumes would be...
Don't get your enchiladas wet with Uranus water.
No. We don't think that the plumes would be possible in such a tiny moon like Mab, but still the parallels are exciting. Tracy Becker. The new ring, being dusty, is less of a surprise, but the rocky objects that must be supplying all that dust have not been discovered, which indicates they must be relatively small. Look, in other words, they're just... Uranus's moons are potentially, but not necessarily, contributing to its rings. And there you go. I did just bring that story because it was in the news. More information
about the rings
around Uranus. However, in the same vein, actually, I got a Steins Gate thing too. I have an unironic Steins Gate story.
We have to have a Steins Gate thing every
really
stream.
Do. There have been,
because this is basically Steins Gate, the podcast.
Yeah, there's been 10,000 new planets that have been discovered in hidden telescope data. So NASA,
they must have found a new method to detect them.
Yes. NASA's Transiting Exoplanet Survey satellite has been searching for exoplanets since its launch in 2018. Oh my god, it's another one where I have to go over here and go to remove paywall. Again, this all worked fine on my other browser.
Oh, this is
I go in here and do it, and it's weird.
Okay, this is not the service I had to use to remove paywalls. I didn't know about that. I'll try that next time.
Yes, do. It works often. So, astronomers identified more than 10,000 candidate planets in data from a NASA telescope. Are they using AI to do this, I wonder? Because I only did read the headline on this one. I just grabbed it because it's...
Oh, quick point, actually.
Yeah.
The exploit, the copy fail, the vulnerability I mentioned earlier, I meant to say at the end, it was found with AI assistance. So humans were the main driving force behind finding it, but they had AI help them. So it was a joint effort.
I don't think that they used AI for this.
Okay. They probably should at some point. We could find because it's about detecting very, very subtle patterns in visual data.
They didn't.
AI is pretty good at that.
They didn't. As far as I can tell, they didn't. This was just done via human review, which is very impressive, and I'm happy to see.
Well, a simple Control F might not confirm that, but
maybe.
We can't. There's no evidence in this.
In this article, in the New Scientist, and the reason I'm using the New Scientist, even though it's paywalled, is because they tend to be very thorough. So.
Planet McPlanet face. Yeah, they've got a lot of planets to name, chat. Any suggestions? David has suggested Planet Boobs and Planet Twat Face. Yeah, we'll start with those.
We could start with those, but it's 10,091 had not been identified in previous exoplanet searches. So basically just overnight, or over the course of, since this has been published, they've identified over 10,000 new planets that we didn't know existed until very recently, which I just think is awesome and very cool.
Very cool.
I don't know where it's going to go with this. They've just been identified, and who knows if they even are real planets. But in terms of the Steins Gate thing, I have to bring this up. The phone wave is real, potentially, at least theoretically. So,
beware bananas.
We have figured out a new way to send messages into the past.
This is going to be one of those attention-grabbing
It is. It's a total.
headlines,
It's a total.
isn't
it is. It is. I did read this one. It's a total.
This is going to be quantum mechanics.
It's quantum mechanics and it's all theoretical, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
And another New Scientist article. So excuse me. Once more, I have to go to remove paywall. Excuse me. Remove paywall. There we go. And hopefully it'll work with another New Scientist article, as it has in the past. Thank you.
These are just proxies where each of the proxies has a subscription, so they're able to view it.
Yeah, essentially.
It's a good idea.
It is. Okay.
It might be against the TOS, but it's a good idea.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's cool. What if you could send a message into the past? Anyway, that's kind of the idea. We got it. Simple catch. At cosmic scales...
Did they mention Steins Gate?
No. So every object in the universe...
How could you not?
Every object in the universe follows through a path through space-time. But one such path that is allowed by general relativity is called a closed time-like curve, or CTC, which sees an object travel into the future before returning to the past and ending up in the present, forming a time loop.
I've heard of this.
Yes.
But I think it's completely theoretical.
It is completely theoretical. As all this, it's all quantum mechanics, so of course it is. One such catch. At cosmic scales, building a CTC would mean bending space-time until it closes in upon itself, which would require an impossibly large amount of energy. That seems to rule out sending messages back in time, but quantum entanglement may offer a solution.
I doubt it. Quantum entanglement is grossly overstated.
Yes.
It does not mean what most people think it means.
This is, like I said, all extremely theoretical and some bullshit. There's not going to be a fucking phone wave anytime soon. But I thought it was a cool article, right? When two particles are entangled, the state of one is always sensitive to the state of the other, even when they are extremely distant. Instead of interpreting this as the two being part of the very same spread out quantum state, some physicists posit, and it's a posit, they're just speculating, that one particle's sensitivity to what is happening to the other comes from that second particle sending messages backwards in time to the first, alerting it to how to react later. So that is the theory as to why the particles react in sync, is because they have sent messages in the past to let the other one know how to react in the future. Right?
All right, chat. It's time to utilize my amateur physics interest.
Yeah.
What I'm about to say is, I think by far the most likely possibility. I don't know if it's confirmed or for sure the truth, because it's still quantum, it's very uncertain. But this is what quantum entanglement is. It is not actually spooky action at a distance, which is what Einstein said it can't be. What it is quantum particles have various attributes. One of those is spin. I think it's specifically spin that gets entangled. So when two quantum particles are associated, and I can't remember the exact method, but when they're associated near each other, they can have the exact same spin. When they're then separated, they can keep the exact same spin, and it's identical to each other. It stays the same. You can separate them over infinite distance, or a lot of distance, and it would still be the same.
Yes.
If you then try to interact with one of them by bouncing something off it, for example, to read its state, then it tells you its state. You can detect its state, but you have changed its state in so doing, because you've bounced something off it to get the state.
Right, yeah.
Anything small enough that anything you can bounce off it would significantly affect its state is basically, it's in a superposition
Usually
of both until you collapse it, at which point it becomes something specific. You don't know until you've read it, and at that point it could be something else. So the entanglement exists because they shared the same state at one point, and then they continue to have that state until you interact with them. I think I'm mostly right on this. Maybe some minor issues.
By the way, it's how quantum mechanics work. It can't be.
Observed means recorded, and recorded means interacted with.
In a sense, yes.
No, literally. That's the only way to get information about something is to interact with it. It's just that for most things, the way we interact with it is so light.
Yes, you're interacting with it in physics. So it goes back to the two-slit experiment, or you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The two-slit split, which I actually had an article about
There's new interpretations of that, actually, which are interesting. But there's the only way to interact with something is to, the only way to read or detect any of the information about something is to interact with it directly, physically. That's what light does.
I think that's what it's called, is the two-slit experiment.
Double slit
experiment. So if you're familiar with that,
quantum entanglement doesn't require a special explanation as far as I'm concerned. It is just that the state happens to be the same because they were at some point. And the idea of it being instant communication as well, not really. It's much like, and this is a great analogy. I think it was Sabine Hossenfelder, one of probably the best science YouTuber. But some others have maybe said this as well. But I think she said this: is that if you've got two envelopes and you say in advance, I'm going to write A in one envelope and B in the other envelope, and then you seal the envelopes and you send them around the world to two different parts of the world, totally separate parts of the world. If the person that receives the first one opens it and it says A, they know instantly that B is in the other envelope.
Well, yeah.
Faster than light, they know that.
Sure.
Fast, you couldn't transmit the message from envelope B to them faster than they learn it by opening envelope A. But nothing had to travel for that to happen to them.
Yeah.
In the moment of the envelope being open, nothing traveled from envelope B to envelope A for them to learn that. Yeah. They knew it from inference. And do you know how they knew it? Because the envelope had to travel to them, and the guarantee of what the states would be had to travel to them. How do you know it's not C? You only know it's B through inference.
But
guesswork.
Inference implies cognition.
No, it doesn't have to be cognition. But in this case, we are the only way to assess it from a human level is by humans assessing it at some point.
Hang on.
But there's no cognition required for quantum mechanics.
Use the restroom real quick, or else.
Sure.
I'm gonna die. So I'll be right back.
Carrying again.
Just give me a minute, okay? All right, I'll be right back.
Maori noise is very appropriate for this stream, Christina.
I'm still here. Oin Kyoma.
Calling me that really does make my point. Okay, so yeah, I don't think you can actually do much with it. Simply Green is saying that they can be used as one-time ciphers, and I think maybe there could be. There may be some clever stuff that you can do with it, but there is. People would tend to think of quantum entanglement as in some way mystical, like it has some unknown property or effect that is beyond. You just shouldn't try to comprehend. There's something magical, some extra property. No, not really. It is like a lot of quantum mechanics is very, very difficult to understand, but at base, and this is partly true and partly my hypothesis of what we'll find as we look closer, at base, it is actually all based on real physical laws and properties that work in a different way, but along the same sort of line of thinking as the macroscopic world works. In fact, I suspect, and I'm not sure about this again, it's just a belief, but I suspect that as we look deeper, we will find determinism where we had once thought there was only probabilistic determination. I don't know that. It may not turn out that way. And certainly a universe where it is at base probabilistic could work. But I suspect we will eventually find determinism if we look far enough. Yeah, she's ordering me pizza. User bin bad. She is.
Hello. Okay. I'm back.
So when's my pizza going to be here?
Never. I told you no.
So this article is very silly.
It is. Not everyone agrees with his interpretation. Not everyone agrees.
If it's like this thing, quantum entanglement, that we can explain using a simple technique to explain it.
Yeah.
Well, what if it was time travel, though, guys? What if it was fucking quantum time travel that they needed to tell each other in the past how to act? That's the only way you could send information faster than light. No, it's silly. It's just wild speculation. Unless there's data.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I agree it's fucking stupid and silly, but it's the phone wave. So I
am not in any way criticizing you for bringing the article up. That's fine.
I do
but the
agree.
article itself is worthy of criticism.
This is wild speculation of saying, rather than it being through some sort of instantaneous communication or just via states even, that if not X then Y, for example, that somehow it's sending messages into the past. That's absurd. It is kind of a fucking absurd. It's not impossible. However, Occam's razor, shall we? What is more likely? That something about states as if not X then Y, for example, is the kind of data being transmitted, or just you can, again, as you said, and that was a good example,
A to B.
just I know because I have this bit of information that therefore I don't have the other bit of information, therefore, etc. That makes far more sense than traveling back in time. Occam's razor there obviously applies. Doesn't mean it's not impossible, and certainly I don't think anything about, for the most part, I mean, quantum physics is very complicated in many ways, but then people tend to use it as, I think, a kind of way to just do a little bit of sci-fi.
Yes, I have another physics autism that I must state.
Yes.
This is a strong belief of mine, which I had a sense of, but then I also heard it from Sabine, so it's true. Faster than light travel would not create time travel.
No, not inherently.
But that is often stated. It's often stated that couldn't happen because it would it would produce time travel, and so it wouldn't.
That's
it would
the
create
Novikov self-consistency principle.
Well, I don't know that term, but it would create the light version of the Doppler effect, which would be weird, but it would not be time travel. And for some reason, that is stated as certain. You got these fancy diagrams, and I'd always seen these diagrams where you've got time and space on one axis each, and it shows you how it would look if something moved faster than light. And they said therefore time travel, and I never saw how it meant. I never saw how it meant time travel. I never understood how it meant, and I thought I'm just not getting it. I'm too stupid. And then I realized, wait, no, they're too stupid. It doesn't mean time travel. That's retarded.
It's based on the hypothesis. That's not the Novikov self-consistency principle. My bad. Is that a time paradox can't exist? Anything that would result in a time paradox cannot exist.
Which I generally agree with, actually.
Yeah. What I think
what
I was thinking of is that the reason why people posit that to I have a perfect article about this related to this fantastically. So what happens? The hypothesis is that if you travel at the speed of light, right? It's a question of dimensionality. A lot of people think that the fourth dimension is time. So if you're traveling faster than the speed of light, that somehow you would be able to break into essentially the fourth dimension. That's kind of where that hypothesis comes from my very limited understanding. However, there's a recent experiment that has found that what is faster than light, potentially this is more theoretical stuff, darkness. Not like breaking time, but...
And also not darkness from Konosuba.
No, just darkness. Is that once you travel faster than light, what travels even faster is darkness, potentially. Potentially, again.
I think this is this was on a YouTube video. It might have been, it was Veritasium or one of those maths ones, but it's a fun idea, but it's obviously completely wrong. There's something physics about this. It's darkness is not a thing. It's the absence of light.
Yes.
But what you can have light appear to leave subsequent areas at a rate that exceeds light speed.
Because there's no limit. Trapped and consumed by gravity, for example, right? So it can be sucked into it as anything else does. What a black hole is. It sucks in everything, including light. So it might make sense.
I'm not sure that's where they're going with this. And even then, light can't exceed light speed. Light is definitively constantly locked at light speed.
Right,
but
so
that is relative to the space-time it's moving in.
Let's see what they have to say.
That's relative to the space-time it's moving in. So if the space-time is bent, then it can be faster or slower for the observer, I think.
This is from the Scientific
Darkness
American.
It isn't moving, but light you can create the effect of movement by having subsequent things changing. That's the appearance of movement. Now, it isn't actually movement, but you could therefore have light. I think you could do this. I'm not sure, but I think this is what the video has concluded. You could have light essentially stop being in a place in a sequence that looks like movement at a speed faster than light speed. It's not actually movement. Nothing is moving faster than light speed, but it can look like it's faster than light speed. I think that's what they concluded. And in that case, it's a fun exercise, but it's not actually physically relevant.
A lot of this stuff, the previous article and these are, I think, largely fun thought experiments, but here's what they had to say here. And this one they did test in some capacity. Let's see how. Individual dark spots known as optical vortices or phase singularities do so. Move faster than light.
This is different than what I was saying, I think.
Yes. As light wave travels through space, it oscillates and twists. At the center of that twist, the peaks and troughs of the light wave cancel each other out, creating dark spots that, under certain conditions, outrun the light wave itself. So, essentially, because of the twisting in the light, apparently these dark spots within light movement move faster than light. Through the light stream, I would presume.
Well, no, if this is another sort of technicality interpretation thing, what they're saying here, but I think what they're saying, and I may get the terms wrong here, that the phase of the light beam, of the EM beam, the phase is moving faster than the light itself is moving.
It seems so.
Which would mean that if the if the middle of the phase is the dark spot, they are technically moving, quote unquote, moving faster than the light wavefront is moving. If that's what they're saying, that is interesting, but it's still not actually movement of anything physical.
No, it's not physically moving, but essentially the dark, the lack of light within it, the dark space within it ends up actually moving faster, potentially. Research was conducted by Technion Israel Institute of Technology. Our discovery reveals universal laws of nature shared by all types of waves, from sound waves to fluid flows as complex systems such as superconductors. Geez, I've been talking too long, so I'm losing my ability to talk.
We're over 3 hours, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Cabinet said in a statement, discovery confirms a prediction dating to the 1970s. Importantly, these vortices don't carry mass, energy, or information. It's just black space of nothingness. They don't violate Einstein's rules. According to the researchers, phase singularities do not carry energy or information and thus can move, as you said, like what do you define as move? But move superluminally without breaking causality. The physicists wrote in their study. To make their discovery, the researchers constructed a unique microscope system that let them observe optical vortices in a hexagonal boron nitride, a two-dimensional form of ceramic that can be used to convert light into quasi-particles that are a mixture of light and matter called polaritons. Polaritons move relatively sluggishly, around 100 times slower than the speed of light. With that speed, the team was able to observe how oppositionally charged singularities approach each other and accelerated each other to superluminal or faster than light speeds before they were annihilated. The technique used to measure the singularity's velocity could open the door to studying other tiny, fast phenomenon in physics, chemistry, and biology, or perhaps find new ways to encode quantum information in materials, according to the researchers. So it's the headline's a little bit deceptive. Darkness is essentially carried through the light wave, potentially faster than light, which is interesting.
It is another one of those. You have to have the right interpretation for this article to be in the slightest true. Like it's not, something is not traveling.
No, it's being.
But you could think of it that way, which is still interesting. It can lead to useful information, discoveries, and technologies, which is cool. But this one, it seems unlikely that it will. But maybe.
It's just an interesting finding, if true, and if it bears out. It's cool more than anything. Do I have anything else of super interest tonight? Oh, I did want to bring up, because I mentioned it, the two-slit experiment, because there's a lot of questions about that. And I did actually bring it up about the two-slit experiment, or double-slit experiment, because this kind of came up a little bit. And I actually had something on it. So, well, you already brought it up, so we don't have to really go over this, which is that the question is, I suppose, and we got to this a little bit earlier, does reality itself depend on an observer? Right. And I think your conclusion here is that by the act of observing, you're interacting with physics in a way that changes the parameters, right? That's what produces this effect.
There has been, and I suspect that there's no one in chat that would need to be disabused of this notion, but there is a notion floating around that some people do need to be disabused of, that conscious observation is somehow involved in quantum physics, which it isn't and never was.
No,
there is one famous scientist who believes that conscious observation is required. I don't remember what his name is, but he's quite well known, but he's incorrect in my opinion. You can observe the effect of observer effects with cameras when there's no humans proximate.
So, but that
in my
is
opinion,
observed.
it is a matter of you have to interact with something physically to get information out of it. With most objects, you can't notice the effect of physical interactions because the thing you're interacting with is usually light or electrons, and they're so small it doesn't affect them. But with quantum particles, it is large enough. I don't know if that's the actual reason, but that makes sense intuitively to me.
Potentially. I'll go over what it is for those unfamiliar with the double slit experiment. The original experiment involved shining a beam of light through two parallel slits in a screen and observing the pattern that formed on a second faraway screen. So they've got two slits up here, you're shooting a light, and sometimes you're shooting individual protons through it. They've done it that way, just individual protons, so that they can make sure they can track what that proton is doing. Then at the other side of the screen that's got two slits in it, there's a wall, and they observe where the light particles end up. And the question is whether it is particle-based or whether light is a wave. That's what they were trying to study. This goes back to the early 1900s that they started studying this. Actually, 1800s when they first discovered that there was something weird going on here. One might expect to see two overlapping spots of light. you know, on the other side, you've got two slits of holes and you're shining a light on them, you would expect to see two slits of light. That's not what you end up seeing, which would imply that light exists as particles, aka photons, like a paintball that follows a direct path. But instead, the light produces alternating bright and dark stripes on the screen in an interference pattern similar to what happens to when two ripples in a pond meet. This suggests that light behaves as a wave. This is, again, like how we discovered that light is a wave. However, it gets weirder. When one tries to measure which slit the light is traveling through, the light suddenly behaves as particles and the interference pattern disappears, and all of a sudden you see two slits of light rather than a pattern of multiple light beams on the board.
And this weirdness implies that, it to me implies that neither the particle or the wave theory is correct, which is why I think...
Right? Neither one can be complete.
Which is why I think, and I have over the years been thinking more of physical phenomena in terms of fields. And I think that makes a lot more sense to explain this.
It might be
fields
a field, yeah.
Are probabilistic regions in which something can have happened at any point in the field. But then at some point it will collapse and that thing will happen. But it could be anything within that field. The probabilities of each thing in that field happening are different until something does, and then it is that thing. That would make more sense to me to explain this. However, this is something that I've not done a lot of thinking about, so I don't have the correct answers necessarily. What I can say is that, annoyingly, I remember seeing something recently about the double slit experiment that really made it make a lot more sense to me. Some new discovery or some new variant of it, but I can't remember what it was, so I can't give you more than that really on this. But it is interesting.
This is a study from or reporting on research from last year, though, so it's relatively recent. MIT physicists performed the most idealized version of the double slit experiment to date. Their version strips the experiment down to its quantum essentials. They used individual atoms as slits, so not like, you know, big cutouts in a board, but at the atomic level, and used weak beams of light so that each atom was scattered at most one photon. By preparing the atoms in different quantum states, they were able to modify what information the atoms obtained about the path of the photons. Researchers thus confirmed the predictions of quantum theory. The more information was obtained about the path, i.e. the particle nature of light, the lower the visibility of the interference pattern was. They demonstrated what Einstein got wrong. Whenever an atom is rustled by a passing photon, the wave interference is diminished. Einstein and Bohr would have never thought this is possible to perform such an experiment with single atoms and single photons. The results appear in the journal. So, in other words, it does appear that, like, it is not, as people sort of presumed, to be an observation of fact. Essentially, it is, you have to go down to the most tiniest level, and then that's when the interference is disrupted. So there's something happening at the subatomic level that is causing the interference that produces the results seen in the double slit experiment. Something is happening subatomically there that's causing that to occur. And for whatever reason, it seems dependent on observation. Because again, cameras catch this, understand that, right? A camera can observe this when humans will observe something differently in physical space. This is complicated quantum mechanics stuff, but it's very cool, I think. And this was from just last year, July of 2025.
Okay. I think I did look into it in more detail to comment on it, but that is interesting.
It is cool, yeah.
Here's something else about fields, which may be relevant to this as well. If you look up into the night sky and you see a star, just think how unlikely that is. A star which exists hundreds or thousands or millions of light years away is emitting photons in all directions, and one of those photons entered your iris, your pupil, sorry, of your eye. From thousands of light years away, it entered the pupil of your eye. Now, it's not like that's impossible, but it would be a lot of photons, a number beyond reckoning photons, for every single angle to be covered to that level of precision. It's not just one entering your eye either, by the way.
No.
It's a constant stream. And it's not just one pinpoint. Stars can appear as slightly larger than the smallest thing you could see. So it's a lot of photons entering in a constant stream from a source which is further away than you can imagine.
Yeah.
Now, again, that's not impossible. A universe could exist where that could happen. It's a stupidly high number. But to me, that seems like an optimization problem. And fields,
they optimize
as a solution, is significantly optimized. If you were creating the universe as a simulation, you would not emit the highest number you can imagine, photons, when a field would do.
It would make more sense, yeah.
Instead, it's the field terminates at the point where the photon that is generating the field, that is, deciding where to go, basically, it terminates at the point where that photon is absorbed by something. So every path it can take, which leads to it being absorbed by something and diminishing, converting to some other kind of energy, is an option in this field. And probabilistically, one of those is selected. Maybe at random, or as I said, maybe there's rules lower than that that make it not random, but they look random. Either way, probabilistic is fine for now. One of them is chosen. And one of those paths is your pupil.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could potentially test this, and maybe it has been tested. Is it more likely that light emitted from a source hits something that absorbs it than that it doesn't? And I'm not sure how you test that. That might be difficult. But if you could test that it's more likely, then that might indicate something. But it's also, maybe that's impossible to test. I'm not sure. But that's my suspicion. And a lot of things, again, I can't know this, but if we follow the rule, the guide of assume the universe is subject to optimization requirements, then I'm not saying it makes it correct, but you can generate a lot of interesting hypotheses that can make these explanations for complex things simpler. Sorry, Aiden, go on.
Oh, Mana just left, so say my bye.
Yeah, good night, Mana.
They did that here, though. They did try to operationalize it. In their new study, the team worked with more than 10,000 atoms, which they cooled to microkelvin temperatures. They used an array of laser beams to arrange the frozen atoms into evenly spread crystal-like lattice configurations. In this arrangement, each atom is far enough away from another atom that each can effectively be considered a single, isolated, and identical atom. And 10,000 such atoms can produce a signal that is more easily detected compared to a single atom or two. The group of researchers reasoned that with this arrangement, they might shine a weak beam of light through the atoms and observe how a single photon scatters across two adjacent atoms as a wave or as a particle. And this is all about it. Is light a wave or is light a particle? So working with the level of photons required, repeating the experiment many times, they were particularly interested in a situation where half the photons they sent in behaved as waves and half acted as particles. They achieved this by using a method to tune the probability that a photon will appear as a wave and thus as a particle by adjusting the atom's fuzziness or the certainty of its location. In their experiment, each of the 10,000 atoms held its place by laser light that can be adjusted or tightened to loosen the light's hold. The more loosely the atom is held, the fuzzier or more spatially extensive it appears. The fuzzier atom rustles more easily and records the path of the photon. Therefore, in tuning up the atom's fuzziness, researchers can increase the probability that a photon will exhibit particle-like behavior. In other words, light is essentially both particle and wave.
It does seem to me like this is completely compatible with the field explanation.
Yeah.
That it probabilistically selects the path, maybe at random, but that the path could either look like it's acting like a wave or look like it's acting like a particle, sorry. Stumbling in chat makes a good point. How did the photons manage to radiate at such tight angles without interfering with each other? If you are looking at a star and you move slightly, you move your head slightly to the right, then you can still see the star. You don't miss it for a moment, which implies that you don't have a stream of photons which are coming right next to the other stream that's hitting your eye. You only have the one that's hitting your eye because that's the only one that's absorbed. And how could you test that? If you put something next to your eye to try and read the stream that's right next to it, then that is a point in the field where it can be absorbed. So it can go there, so it will.
Yes.
And that would change how it looks like it's behaving at infinite distance, or not infinite, but huge distance. But it's not. It's just that it's a field. It's a field that fills the entire universe, but it's still a field.
Do I have anything more with this? In their experiment, the group tested Einstein's idea about how to detect the path of the photon. Conceptually, if each slit were cut into an extremely thin sheet of paper that was suspended in the air by a spring, a photon passing through the slit could shake the corresponding... But Ketterel and his colleagues were able to perform the experiment without the proverbial springs. So that's how they works. That's how Einstein was proposing it in, you know, the earlier 1900s. Now we've got more advanced technology. We don't need to do it in the way that Einstein proposed. His team's cloud of atoms is initially held in place by laser light, similar to Einstein's conception of a slit suspended by a spring. Researchers reasoned that this is extraneous. We got the kind of outcome of this. Light behaves as both a particle and a wave, depending on the conditions. And it's not necessarily observation that does it, although there's something about the observation that appears to interfere with it in a way that causes it to behave more particle-like than more wave-like. Do you have anything else? Because we are approaching midnight, which is about when my bell tolls.
I certainly do have a few more stories we could go into, but we're at 4 hours. I don't mind stopping here, or I could go into a few more things.
It's one way or another. I am getting a bit sleepy, so how about we end it for the evening? And why don't we do this, chat? How about we do a poll about who found the more interesting topic for the evening? Was it the women are afraid, or birds are afraid of women, or the goblins in the
Goblin
AI?
team represent, Team Goblin represent, Team Goblin all the way. Chat, are you Team Goblin? Stick with me, Team Goblin all the way.
I'm just gonna call it a paper, whatever. Why not?
Goblins.
Goblins.
Any goblin chads in chat?
Birds or goblins.
Any fellow goblin chads in chat?
The goblins.
Hold on, let me do something that won't bias the analysis here.
He's gonna bias the analysis. All right, there we go.
3,800% more goblins.
There's a lot of goblins. What would you guys find more interesting? I mean, like, I think honestly, I'm not even allowed to. The bird thing is really interesting. Goblin thing is really funny.
See the little goblin, see his little feet, and his little nosy woes. Isn't the goblin sweet? Yes!
That's you, chat, saying yes. Okay, it's
so
close.
far, Goblins is winning. Goblins is winning at 56%, but it's close. 47%. Birds is catching up. I think we should maybe do this. This is what we should do from now on, Isolo. We both try to outdo each other on finding a more interesting scientific topic. Now, you find all kinds of stuff that you find interesting, but find one topic for the week that I think this will be fun, guys. I think, I hope, let me know in the chat also how you feel about it. We try to outdo each other with one scientific discovery paper thing that is better than the others. And we'll do a versus thing.
We can try that.
Week. I think it'd be fun. Whatever you pick your you pick your topic of the week, like your number one thing, and I'll pick mine. How about that?
Sure. So somehow the simps are currently ahead, but the goblin chads, the goblin chads are still correct.
It is true that women are afraid of birds, though, or excuse me, that birds are afraid of women, other way around. Maybe women are afraid of birds too. I don't think so. I'm not afraid of birds. I love birds. They're cute. They're adorable. Oh my goodness. Oh, Uzlu, I'm sorry. It appears as though you have been destroyed. You've been wrecked. You've been owned.
It's the only explanation. The goblins was a better story.
No, birds are absolutely wrecking it at 68%, while the goblins are taking a mere third at 32.
The goblins were the better story.
I don't know how much that's gonna work. I don't think so. I don't think. No.
Bird voters are blue button pressers. So true.
Do you want to go with the button pressing thing? I'm too tired. I'm gonna be too tired to talk about that. To get into the button pressing fucking conundrum now, which, by the way, it's just women also button pressing is just women. The blue versus red is just women versus men. That's what it is.
That is a significant correlation. Yes. If you want to learn more about the button pressing, you'll learn my opinions. And Aiden was there as well.
Yeah.
That link is a clip that was recently made by Treebeard on my channel for my last stream where we talked about
the button pressing.
Everything I'd say here is probably what I'd said. What I said there. Anyway, so there you go.
We are nearing midnight. Are you going to stream or anything tonight after this?
No. But I will hang out with Cabal.
You'll hang out on Cabal?
Yeah.
Okay, which I might do with you for a couple of minutes before I also go to bed, because I'm exhausted. So...
Well, chat, if you want to join for the after party, after stream,
Yes.
here's the link. It's a link to the Discord server. Click that, it should open. It should put you into the Discord server.
There you go. I'll pin that.
We'll hang out there for a while.
We'll be there. I probably won't be there for very long. But,
I'll be in there, and then I'll be cooking because I'm desperately hungry because no one helped me in my time of need. I thought we were friends.
Like your problem, Enwa.
Unfortunately, it is because a certain someone was too busy being callous and thoughtless. And I'm proud that for once she had agency. I'm going to deal with it by being an excellent chef, as I always am.
All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for the donations. I'm so incredibly thankful to all of you guys for donating to the stream. Let me also know in the comments below what you want us to do in the future, because we're just trying to figure this out. We want to just do a science stream, essentially, science and tech stream. So, and I really like talking about the quantum stuff. That's super fun to me. I'll try to.
I think these streams have been very good so far.
Yeah, I think it's been fun. We'll have to. I'll try to bring more astrophysics stuff because I love that stuff. Anywho,
I'm very interested in that, but while with the tech I can claim some expertise, I really can't with the astrophysics. I'm stumbling a bit.
Both of us are novices on astro. Well, I mean, like, I'm a hobbyist. I would call myself in astrophysics, but like
I'm doing my best with it. I will certainly hedge a lot more with the astrophysics stuff. But I do have some knowledge.
It's cool. Anywho,
that's true.
We'll see you all next week on Sunday at 7:30 p.m. GMT. That's just, I can't even fathom doing the calculations for other times anymore. So 7:30 p.m. GMT.
Isn't it BST?
It's BST right now. Sorry.
That's why I say UK time rather than GMT.
Time, yes, because currently it's British summertime. Okay, so 7:30 current British time. We'll see you all next week. Cheers and bye-bye. Oh, also, new video very soon on my main channel. Bye-bye.